Hello, everyone. We are back with WoodYaTalk, and yeah, it's been like a week, maybe 2 at most, which is odd. I know it's not been 3 or 4 months. I understand, but yes, once again, this is Scott introducing WoodYaTalk. Woody is here, as is Bomber, and we're gonna kind of continue where we left off in a way. Because if you remember from the last episode, which was a 3-hour epic, and thank you for listening to the whole thing, and we appreciate that all the way through. But I did lead off saying we're going to talk about Extreme Rules and SummerSlam and that weekend and all that kind of stuff. We never did. We always plan to come back for a SummerSlam, and that's what we're going to do now. But who was going to do that? Well, Woody. Woody is here. How are you today, Woody?
I'm doing phenomenal. How are you?
I'm doing very well. It's ridiculously hot here for once, and yes, the Canadian is saying that. It's stupidly hot. It's muggy, and it's going to thunderstorm tonight, and I'm not happy about that. But I live in Thunder Bay. That happens.
Oh, that makes sense then. At least it makes sense.
Right? Yeah. How about your way, Bomber? How are you doing here?
I'm good. This is the first time I at least am streaming at the same time we are recording this. For those who are not able to check out the stream, we're streaming on twitch.tv/JobberRadio. I know Scott used to do it early on. He had some issues, but we're trying it again.
I still do.
Yeah,
that's the problem with network connectivity. But yeah, that will return at some point. But
okay.
Bomber discovered today that you can stream and record at the same time.
I'm an idiot. That was just me being because I accidentally hit the record button and the stream button at the same time one day, and I went, wait a minute, it didn't mess up. So there you go. So it's working. So anyway, I don't know how more we will do like this, but at least we're gonna try it out for this show. So hopefully we'll have some interaction on the stream. We can talk back and forth with people in the chat, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, we want that because we're doing like I said, we're not doing like a status thing, which would have actually been good for Q&A for questions from people. Unfortunately, now we think about it. But with event recap and event forward looking, that was not the right word, but you got me. It's good to have the people in the chat, especially people who are on the card and stuff like that. So that'll be fun. But let's do something that we don't do often enough. We will plug the Patreon as well. We'll plug the YouTube. We'll plug all the stuff because we should get that out there out of the gate. It is on Patreon. It is on Twitch. It is on YouTube. Look for Jobber Radio. That's the one you want. Also, jobberradio.com is the Prediction League, but also the podcast. With all that talk last time about the Prediction League and stuff, there's also the podcast itself, and you benefit that with, I would say all the guys, but it's pretty much Bomber, Lee, and I. And sometimes Rab and Peanut. And if the fall comes out, we might get Matt Zion back, and who knows?
If he's not streaming. I think he's streaming right now, actually.
He probably is streaming right now. But it all benefits that, too. It's all the Patreon stuff is not just the Prediction League. It's for Jobber Radio. And that's not saying that we get the money from it. It's Bomber's baby. He gets it. We got to feed that baby. That got weird. But it's for the overall Prediction League. It benefits the whole thing. Not just for the overall Jobber Radio, not just the Prediction League. So I want to make sure that's out there and people understand that too. Because I mean, throw us some bones here, and it's all good. But like I said, it's Jobber Radio on Patreon, on Twitch. AJ Styles is on Mixer. Maybe we'll go to Mixer too, Bomber. I don't know what you want to do with that, but
yeah,
we'll go on all the things. His Twitter handle's Jobber Radio. It's all the stuff. So follow Jobber Radio. But, speaking of the Prediction League, that's where we are now. We didn't cover any kind of backstory or history or recap since WrestleMania.
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about Extreme Rules, which was the most recent main show, and we're going to talk about SummerSlam and Takeover, which are the next ones a couple weeks out. And we'll talk about other stuff like how there's All Out and things like that, and what's going on from there. And if we got to backtrack on the you probably know this better than I do, Bomber. On the 10 shows since WrestleMania,
dude, it's
3 months ago.
It's been insane with the amount of shows and the amount of coverage we've had. Let's see. So I'm looking at the list right here. Hold on. Events. Let me click on events. I can tell you exactly how many shows it's been since WrestleMania. So WrestleMania, right here. So we've had Rebellion. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 shows since WrestleMania.
Remember when there were
small window?
I can remember back when they had 5 pay-per-views. I actually remember when they had 4, and then they added King of the Ring, and then there was one a month with the In Your Houses, and then they started adding a couple extra to get up to 14 or 15 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And then they cut back, and then they brand split again. They did it again, and that's not even counting the competition, who also did that with WCW. They did literally one a month as well. There were 24, and then. So for anybody wondering why we don't cover like Fyter Fest or Fight for the Fallen, or not every Ring of Honor will do Best in the World and Final Battle, but not the Summer Showdown and things like that. That's why. We're doing the main actual pay-per-views, and every WWE one counts, except for Smackville or Shield's Final Stand. Those aren't pay-per-views.
Oh, those are like specials.
They're not the same. They're special. So that's why we don't cover them. And it always comes up, are we covering this? No.
That's true. But it's okay. It's no matter how many times you say it.
It's fun to have the interest. Yeah. And I mean, you never know with AEW coming up and New Japan, if they start doing like a legit proper full pay-per-view, well, that's the discussion we'll probably have to have. So
that doesn't mean we'll never do one, but for right now we're not.
Yeah, no, it's
true.
Just I mean, Bomber wrote 3 shows in 2 days once.
Yeah, for WrestleMania at the time. That was
last year, because they had 2 of them on the same day.
Yeah, we did Takeover New York, G1 Supercard, and WrestleMania, all back to back to back. And
well, this year they were like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Last year they were Saturday, Sunday.
Yes,
it was insane.
And with the AEW show coming up and everything, that's going to get more hectic.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually perfect. I think we can probably talk about that weekend coming up later on this show. Probably about. We'll
feed into that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we got counter programming, Cody Rhodes' favorite word. So I'll say that for the main podcast. But the overall thing here is, if there's room for growth and people want more stuff, that's cool. We're not shying away from wanting to do more, but there's just a logistics factor of it.
Yeah. With
Bomber being able. So, yeah. But he was able. He got Extreme Rules out. That was like a 2 or 3 day write-up, I think.
That was a tough one. And that one, I think...
That was one of the biggest ones ever, right?
I believe that is the biggest write-up, as far definitely word count-wise, that we've ever had. And I didn't do all of it. Kudos, several people helped out with writing their own stuff. We had Scott, Ash implemented a lot of stuff, CT Martin, a couple other people threw in, like, quite a bit of ideas that made the whole thing. So it wasn't just me writing the whole freaking thing, but it was a monster of a show. And from front to back, I'm gonna say right now, this is me, just throwing shit out there. I think this is gonna be hard to beat for show of the year. I'm not gonna lie. Like, as far as I think the write up for me, I like so much about this show that we're about to talk about and get into that I really, really, really enjoyed it. It may be one of my favorite shows we've ever done up to this point, honestly. But I don't know I don't want to jump out there and say it's the best ever right now, but I think it's definitely easily in the top 10, maybe top 5. But that might just be me being a little biased, but I really enjoyed this show. So, yeah.
Well, let's dive into it then. Do we want to start as our usual and just work our way from the low end of the card all the way up? Or did you want to start with the stuff that sticks up to you? And work your way.
I guess we can do our usual, but first, because I will fucking forget this. The JRPL has an official YouTube channel. Okay, I want to get this out of the way. Kind of like a plug.
Out of all that, I still forgot that.
You're good.
There's 3 of us on this show.
Yeah, I would have forgot this too. As on the last episode, people suggested ideas and different things that we talked about and what we might implement going forward. But this is one of the ideas that we think is good to get started now, because there are several people that are posting, promos, video promos, or just audio promos, those kind of things. They're coming from all different directions. So if we could. And people are totally free. If people want to post promos on their own channel and all that stuff, no problem at all. Nobody's saying you have to post it here. But this is more of a central hub where we can probably get everybody's promos. I'm trying to get people to jump in as like a moderation crew that go in there, and people can send them videos and they'll upload them and they'll maintain the YouTube channel. We already have a couple people, I think 3 or 4 right now. And anybody listening or out there that want to help with this, hit me up and we can work it out. So just really quick, this is going to be something right now. All I have on there are videos that we've already done, like playlists from our Job Radio channel, like the old school stuff when I was just kind of giving little recaps and breakdowns. A couple simulation stuff like the 2018 Battle Royal Rumble, the Peanut Memorial Battle Royals on there, and all of the WoodYaTalk, including this episode, will be the first video uploaded on the new YouTube channel. So JRPL channel. I tried to rename that, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. I'm still rusty, but just search Jobber Radio. We'll have all the links and everything to find, but we're gonna be doing a new YouTube channel. There's no monetization. This is just all for fun. Everybody just have a blast. Come up with ideas. Like, that's what the people that we want to have run this thing, come up with ideas. If you want to have, more common JRPL match simulations or something, or if you want to have a little series like a one-on-one or something, interviews or whatever you want to do, this is something that we're going to try out, and hopefully people will go crazy for it. If not, I mean, at least we'll try. So this is a suggestion that I really liked from somebody. So yeah, I think it was actually Ward, and I think Ward messaged me and said that was his suggestion. So
I think you're right. Yeah. I can say for certain that Lee and I, who have been spearheading video promos, are about to go nuts with ideas and stuff. So
of course,
that'll be impending for that. So, and the best part about that is we don't want to be the only ones. We want to see a lot more of these. Warden did a cool video for the match I had with him. I want to see more of these things coming up. So let's get this going like crazy. It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I'm pretty much, I don't have any, at the moment, I don't care. I don't have any like, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that. I just am going to help with any graphics, like maybe thumbnails, just to make it more presentable, because I'm a little neat freak. Those that do know me, I'm a little anal. I like to be organized. So I'll help organize the stuff, but whatever you guys come up with, anybody out there, ideas, throw them out there, and I say we go for it. We just have fun with it. So, and
I'll throw something out there from a video guy perspective. I know we have with the write-ups, and it's like nothing is restricted and bummer. I'm sure you might even say like you don't care if people swear or say vulgar stuff. I am just going to come out there and say be mindful of the fact that that does get stuff flagged, and it can be considered offensive, and it's not always needed. So be creative beyond that. But that's my perspective. I'm just throwing it out there. That's my style. That's how I do it.
Yeah, don't be coming and dropping N-bombs, okay?
No, exactly. Like that, if you'd be out there, and you're going to start swearing up and down, you wouldn't see that on a real wrestling show. And but you want to see a fight TV when they swear, whatever. Just be realistic about it. Make yourself stand out. If everybody's going to do that, you're not going to stand out. So do something unique beyond everybody who swears. I'm not saying everybody does. I'm just guys.
I swear. I know that.
Yeah. I swear on the podcast. But I never swear on my own stream. I never swore on my videos after the first couple. That. It's just a matter of, again, it's a bit of a business branding type of thing. Sure. In its own way, but it's also like, he says bad language. No, I don't. If you don't do it, it can't happen. So just be mindful, because if something happens to it, then no one can use it, and it kind of sucks. So,
yep. Well, there you go. I will post the link in the for those who don't have it already. I'm going to post it in the Twitch chat. So if people want to click on it, and if you want to subscribe now, go for it. But that's it. I just want to plug that before we forget. Let's talk about Extreme Rules, shall we?
Extreme Rules, the front runner for show of the year, which I'm not going to argue that. Honestly, there's some awesome stuff in this one. I'll just jump to the bottom, and I like the new names that came up. We got FIFA and Michael Grimaldi. It's not often that you get like, FIFA. All right. I honestly picture like a soccer man gimmick. Is what I see.
Yeah, the FIFA guy, their actual name when they signed up was FIFA_World_Cup. And I was like, okay, that's a little crazy. Let me just short it to FIFA. And these names, like I see people in the chat saying they think this is their last show. Usually when you get names like this, you're like, okay, this is probably a one and done type scenario. So we'll see. I hope somehow, I don't know who these people are or where they're coming from or how they found the JRPL, but I really do hope they stay around. But usually names like this are kind of evident that they may not. So
it's always fun to see those, though, because I mean, we got Go Tanaku beating Captain Charisma. Like, Go Tanaku's still around. Sax Blues is still around, beating Super Hippo and Blackthorn. Yeah. So like you get some goofy names, which again, that's part of one of my favorite things of wrestling. You get people with the real names, then you get weird gimmicks. Yep. So that's fun. So who knows? FIFA could be here for a while, and Michael Grimaldi, and you never know. So
I hope so. Well, if they are out there, I will say this: neither one of them submitted a profile thing, so they need to do that if they do continue. If they do want to continue, I don't know if they're listening to this. I have no idea how they found us, but if they do, and you are hearing me out there, and you're one of these two, go up to join their prediction league right here on the homepage and sign up, and we'll create your profile and stuff whenever you hit the certain limit there. But there you go. So.
So like I said, we got FIFA winning, Godnaka winning, Sax Blues winning, Chappers beat CM Carlito. Is it Kier one or Care one?
I say Kier one, but I think it's
Kier one. Or Kier one beat Firma.
Mm-hmm.
Or Firema with Cassius beat Dave Small My Fart. So a lot of newer people getting wins. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got Green Machine, who just he's not new. He wins all the things. Beating Sling Blade and TB666. The Chaotic Maniacs beating Siblings of Anarchy. That's Exo Kev and Exo Liquid Vamp, who we were just saying we hadn't seen in a while. So, so that's good that she's back.
Yeah, I know Kev. Those two are real life friends, and for those of you that know, Kev's a personal friend of mine. I worked with him at my television station back in Charlotte. He only does WWE shows, and I don't necessarily know what his friend does. I know she watches a lot of AEW and WWE, so I don't know exactly when they'll show up. I know they'll at least try to show up on WWE shows, but they will not do NXT. They will not do house shows. I know that for sure. So they're more of a only WWE type deal, I think. So
now, what's interesting here is we'll get to SummerSlam in a minute, but this seemed to be a rather important tag match, didn't it?
This match right here, yes, it was
for the Chaotic Maniacs. Like,
So here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I was planning for SummerSlam. I wanted to do a throwback type match from, I think, the original SummerSlam, which won Match of the Night and Match of the Year, a three-way, it was a three-way ladder match for the tag team titles that Awesome Hooded Motherfuckers won. No, sorry, Regulators won. I am so sorry. Regulators won that. That's when they become the first ever tag team champions, right? I think. Oh my God. Yes, I think so.
It was SummerSlam.
Anyway, I was thinking if this was only an if the Chaotic Maniacs won and if the Drifters won. Well, guess what happened? The Drifters did not win. So they slightly spoiled that triple threat that I envisioned happening. So, and that's what happens with a real, competition. You can't always get what you hope to book sometimes. So, because the Chaotic Maniacs, I think they are, deserving of a title shot if they get the wins. Drifters as well. Not so much Peanut is my bitch and the Alpha Dog, who did get that win. Very big win for them. Because the Drifters are a fantastic tag team, and to beat them is a big deal. And that is
by
why...
only 3 points, no less.
Oh, look at that score, 197. That was a fantastic
It's not like they
score.
trounced them. It was close.
Yeah.
And the other side, Chaotic Maniacs beat Siblings of Anarchy. It was 100 again for the winners to 85.
85 was
a
good,
point
too.
difference between the losers there.
Yeah.
So.
So if the Drifters would have won, and if the Chaotic Maniacs would have won, which they did, it would have been a triple threat at SummerSlam. But the Drifters lost, and I didn't bring this up to anyone. This was like just behind the scenes deal. The Drifters lost, so they basically lost out on that title opportunity for SummerSlam.
And I like that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, obviously they are a very strong team, so they are always kind of in the hunt because they are one of the top teams in the JRPL. So I wouldn't get discouraged or anything. Just maybe not for SummerSlam's not their time. So
what I was going to say is I do like that it wasn't announced beforehand, because my opinion with this and with the prediction league being a real thing is it's not like you could have said, "Oh, this is a tag title contender match. Here's what I want to do," and that would have changed anything. Because I'd like to think that they went out there and tried, and the picks didn't work out, and that's that. Nothing would have changed if they knew there was a prospective tag title shot. And I know you didn't want to give them that because what if something else happens and now they're not getting it, right? So you see that with the UFC a lot, where it's like, oh, who's got the next shot? Oh, probably this guy, and then he doesn't get it. Well, you said I had it. No, I said probably. I didn't commit. So it's easier to avoid that and just see how the performances go in and of themselves, and who's deserving. Oh, you know what? They're stepping it up no matter what. Yeah, give them a shot. So
yeah,
that's always interesting, I find.
Yeah, so I think this really does help out Peanut is my bitch 69 and the Alpha Dog. Like a lot of people, I guess, don't really picture them as a relevant team or a higher ranked team, but getting a win over the Drifters, in my eyes anyway, is a pretty big win. So I think it'll help them out quite a bit in the future.
Oh, definitely. Well, we'll get to that one. There's literally 2 matches in between. We got Luke Gray defeating Kyoko.
Where's
and
Kyoko?
Vitamin Yes beating Brandon 23.
Kyoko, you back there? Come here a minute. Hold on. We gotta get a word on this.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
that is Luke Gray who got the win there.
Yes. Hold on one second. What are you doing? Whatever. She's gone. Sorry, everybody. I wanted to get a live reaction from her match with Luke Gray, but I guess she's busy. So, sorry.
I wanted your reaction to her loss.
Yeah, she's just, what? Fuck that.
If there ever was one.
Oh wait, yes. All right. We're live on the show. What is your reaction to losing to Luke Gray? Anything you want. How do you feel losing to a 13-year-old? Is he 13 or 11?
I thought it was 14.
He's 14? Oh, 14.
Pretty young.
I might be wrong. I don't truly know.
She's choking right now, I think, literally.
There you go.
Okay, so. Okay, she's gone. Okay, so I'm sorry to slow things down. I'm so sorry. You can keep going.
Well, then we do have the tag match, like we said. Penis My Bitch and Alpha Dog over the Drifters. Again, by 3 points. That's super close. What wasn't close was the Finn beating Fart Bucket 55-28.
I'm surprised it was that close, honestly, with the Finn and Fart Bucket.
Yeah, true. Well, okay, so I'm actually going to scroll back a little bit here because we got to talk about a Fart Bucket win that happened. Where was it? He beat Firma 26-25.
He did. He's won 2 matches in the past little bit.
Yeah, and there was one with oh god.
Yeah.
Who beat the UVC? Who was it again? What was that match? What was that? Who was Bomber? You know about that match, right? You remember that? That was Slammiversary. Yeah. The Regulators beat the UVC, Bomber and Bastion 55-52.
Yes, it was match of the night, by the way. It was. You
fuckers.
So now.
Then again, Beerman and I only had 17-5.
You like how I turned that around on you pretty quick, didn't you?
You did.
No.
Fart Bucket has match of the night before I do.
Yeah, so look, yes.
Things happen.
The congrats in the world. Everybody makes fun. You don't count Fart Bucket out on a Impact show, and you know what? He does not have a losing record on Impact shows, which is insane to me. But they were the better team. Technically, if you wanted to be super technical, I'm not using this as an excuse. I'm just, bringing up facts. I set the deadline. I said the deadline was a certain time, but I extended it 30 minutes because the pre-show didn't start when we thought it did. And Fart Bucket originally posted his picks after the deadline, but I extended it and I didn't take any points out afterwards. And they ended up winning by 1. So if I wanted to be a stickler, I could have said, nope, he posted them after the deadline I posted, because I did post the deadline.
But there's how it works. The deadline is an hour before the pre-show, which is always presumably an hour before the main. Mm-hmm. So an 8 o'clock pay-per-view, 7 o'clock pre-show, 6 o'clock deadline. Period. There you go.
Yep.
We literally found out the day of, because that's when Impact was tweeting it out. The pre-show was going to be like 30 minutes.
Exactly, yeah.
So that meant the deadline was 30 minutes later than it actually would have been. Though he was later than the established known... I got you.
But, I was nice, so you know what? They can have their win, but me and Bastion, don't worry. We have some ideas to get revenge on those motherfuckers. Those little corn dog eating bastards coming up.
Yeah, because I remember they're gonna make shirts now. Corn dog eating bastards.
Yeah.
That merch would sell.
That's a shirt.
That is a shirt. That's gonna be a shirt in the write-ups. That's gonna be a shirt. But you did make that decision when we realized what the proper time frame was.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, then you know what? He's not late. No points deducted. And then as the night went on, you decided prior, so fair is fair.
He needs an ace wheelchair in the
anybody wants to say anything, I remember that because I found out what the time was. So
hey, you know what? I just realized I forgot I have alerts on, and one just went off because we got a follower. By the way, thank you. So in the recording of this, you're gonna hear Rab scream, "He needs an ACL tear" in the worst way. So
oh yeah, there we go.
But
this night though, like I said, the Finn beat Fart Bucket by like 30 points. Wookie beat you, Bummer.
yeah,
53-46. Wookie gets the win.
Wookie. I mean, I can't do anything besides say good job. He just straight beat me. My downfall, I know when it happened on the actual Extreme Rules, I put way too many points on Daniel Bryan and Rowan defending, and they didn't. That was my downfall personally. But no, all the congrats. Wookie put up a good score along with a lot of people hit in the like 50 to like 56. The like good scores hitting that range, and he was right in that range too. So good job to him.
Dude, your overall downfall was actually when you bet everything on Gulak winning, and including your actual success, and
that's
still
true.
Champion, and you're still losing. So
yeah, that's true.
It's the price you pay.
Yep, but
Wookie always tends to get those big surprise wins.
You know what? That's true. He's won 2 titles out of nowhere that nobody expected him to pick up. I think he's a former UVC champion. I may be wrong on that. I may actually be wrong. I know he's Road Warrior.
Yeah. Kane is an apt pick for that, too. It's like, never count him out. You never know.
Yeah. But no, I love to see that's an original, and I think this is the first time we've ever fought each other, believe it or not. So congrats to Wookie there. Good solid win, man.
I think I faced him like when we were still on single-digit shows. I faced him once or twice back in the day. So it's kind of neat that you just finally did. So that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The GMSG beat Cross. I don't say it X Cross. I always just say Cross. 55-51. Another close one there.
Very close. Yeah, two good guys that are really. GMSG has fallen just a little bit. He obviously is the defending superstar of the year, but he's kind of him and Cross. There's a couple other guys that are kind of stuck in limbo right now. They get a couple wins and then they lose a couple. They get a couple wins and they lose a couple. These two guys, that's the reason why we kind of put them against each other. Why I put them against each other here is to see, try to get somebody finally get up, get some momentum going. And GMSG squeaked by. Both scores very good though. 55-51 is good. Good scores.
Oh, but believe me, I know how that can be. That's how most of my 2018 was. With the ups and downs. So you got through it because those ups do last, and when they start to outnumber the downs, you're good. Or, like myself, technically, I have a losing record overall.
Yeah.
It's very close, but hey, you just get the wins when you need them, and you're good. Speaking of Money in the Bank winner, Jay Dionio beat Cade Gailey 54-52.
The reason behind this match being booked is exact same reason. JD, yes, he's Mr. Money in the Bank, but he also has been uncharacteristically losing more often because he's got an impressive record.
Like a Money in the Bank winner.
Yeah.
You're booking him accurate. Good job.
Exactly. He's living up to the Money in the Bank name. Win the Money in the Bank and just start losing. He won here, obviously, and he won against a very good opponent, Cade Gailey. One of the best, that is, Road Warrior champions that we've had. So, very good match here between these. Again, 2 really good scores, 54-52. So, people put up a lot of good scores on this show. So,
well, the next 2 are even better. Orstella beat Hawk 56-53. Non-title match for the UV champ. His first match since winning it, I do believe. Woody's
having a rough time.
Give me. Yeah, sorry, Woody. But yeah, no, Orstella beat Hawk by 3 points. Again, mid-50s. Very, very good.
I don't know. Besides, that may be one of the highest scores of the night, I believe. 56. That's not, Hell in a Cell. I think it is. I think he put up one of the highest scores, if not the highest score of the night. Orstella did.
Yeah. No, I think Modstep and we had 55. Yeah. So I think, unless they're counting a tag competitor.
Yeah.
Finn had 55 as well, so yeah.
So first of all, I want to ask this question because some people have been overlooking this guy for a while. First of all, Scott, I'll ask you. Orstella, what are your thoughts on Orstella? Do you consider him under the radar? Do you consider him, somebody that can't be relied upon as far as, posting often? Do you think this is somebody that should be in a title scene right now? What are your thoughts on Orstella? I'm going to come to you next, Woody, so be ready for that. But Scott, you can go first.
Well, it feels almost like there was a bit of pay your dues after the multiple account thing, and he came back out of nowhere, has had success, and is sticking with it. So I mean, I tip my hat to that. That's admirable. And with performance like that, not just the win, but that strong of a point total, yeah, I could definitely see contendership in there, or at least more high profile. I mean, he literally beat the UV champ by 3 points, and the UV champ had a 53 score. And if I am correct, the overall highest score was 65. So that's the highest anyone could even get.
Yes, it was.
So, like, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's definitely good. And, I mean, just keep doing that. No harm there, right? So,
yep. All right. Woody, what are your thoughts on Orstella? Has he even been on your radar or no?
No, not really. But I've seen him get, these occasional wins. And think of what you may as him, like with the multiple accounts thing. But everyone deserves a second chance sometimes. So we'll just we'll see how it goes. I mean, he's definitely doing a lot better. He's doing better. He's getting big wins.
Yeah,
and Stella was successful regardless of the double accounts. Like, he still had the right picks for that one because it was in high profile stuff before all that stuff.
Yeah,
the multiple accounts would not have affected that. So he knows what he's doing with the picks and the results.
So here's my thoughts on Orstella. Almost, if you've read the write-up, some people skip around on the write-ups. They don't read everything, which is totally fine. If you have been reading anything that has included Orstella, you've probably constantly seen me saying, "Oh man, he's right on the brink. He's right. He's just about to break through and move into title contendership, and then he doesn't get booked in one the next show, and then he wins that one." And then it happens again. So he won this match against Hawk, a current champion, in a non-title match. His last show before this was Stomping Grounds. He defeated Gotenaku. Then before that, he was at Super Showdown. He won against Captain Charisma. After the next one before that, Takeover 25, he beat Junction. After that, he finally lost it. Well, this is a house show. I'm gonna try to go down to find his. Then he won at Money in the Bank. He has not lost on a main show since WrestleMania. So, since WrestleMania, he lost to JD in a submission match. So that tells you the kind of streak that he's going on. He lost at Double or Nothing, which is the AEW house show. But that's his only loss since WrestleMania. So there you go. That just kind of shows you. And he just came in here and beat Hawk, a current champion. I would definitely, if I were you, I would definitely look to see Orstella moving into some type of title picture. It can't be the Road Warrior because he is, this is what I was kind of bringing up with the not reliable part. He's reliable for showing up on WWE shows and NXT shows, but not house shows. So it can't be a Road Warrior title shot. I think the next title up could be either maybe a UV or Top Lock title. So I would definitely look out for him to be moving into one of those avenues really soon. And if you're hearing this and you're out there, Orstella, hit me up on Discord if you got any ideas for any stories or anything, because currently there's nothing really going on with that character. So there you go. Just want to throw that out there. But I would not be surprised if he gets a title match pretty soon.
Yeah. I mean, Cross was like that, where you had ideas with the Demon Valor gimmick with the goo and stuff.
Yeah.
And you just kind of did stuff, and it's like, hey, what can we do? And, I mean, honestly, the idea of someone who is, I mean, it's the ultimate opportunist. He's got the edge pick base and everything.
Yep.
You can almost work that into the gimmick. Let's go like Callahan broke some stuff. Let's make that the gimmick. There could be something there for Orstella, unique in a sense of he's underhanded or knows things or pays off the ref or, you know what I mean? So could be something fun in there, I think.
Yep.
But speaking of gimmicks, Beer Me Jesus defeated 3J Platinum 51-29 in an open bar challenge hardcore match. And they were not the only two people involved in that write-up.
No, of course not. Nope. Yeah, Beer Me Jesus came to me and said he wants something crazy and kind of like the WrestleMania catering match, hardcore match or whatever.
Which was a Dark Horse favorite match of mine. I love that more than anything should be loved.
So I tried
so much fun.
Yeah, so I tried to, not recreate that, but try to throw in certain aspects of that and into a bar that was across the street funny enough, I even did research for this. I typed in, because the show was in Philadelphia, so I went into Google and I typed in, bars in Philadelphia, and there was one called fucking Woody's. So that's why I don't know if you guys read the write-up or not.
I didn't realize that.
For those who didn't read the write-up, this takes place in a bar called Woody's.
I knew that. I didn't know it was real though.
Yeah. Yes, I did research. That's how crazy
fantastic.
I did this. There's a real bar in Philadelphia called Woody's that I based it. It's not across the street from the arena like I wrote it in the write-up, but there is in Philadelphia a bar called Woody's. I just thought that was too perfect not to include.
Hey, Woody, how do you feel about that?
Yeah.
I want to go there now.
There you go. I also sprinkled in a couple Easter eggs in this. I want to know if you guys picked up on them. First, what did you guys think of this match in the write-up wise?
I'll just say quick.
Yeah.
I loved it like the other ones. I had a feeling there was Easter eggs and stuff that I might not have been recognizing, but I knew it was a thing. I'm not going to say, oh, I got them. No, I'm not going to claim that at all.
Okay. What were your thoughts on the show? If you read it, I don't know if you read it or not.
I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I liked the little nods. Like I picked up a few, like the little nods and everything. I thought it was a really cool match with a lot of story coming out of it as well. Unexpected story coming out of it, like with 3J's partner, was it Sax Blue?
Sax Blues,
Sax
yeah.
Blue. Yeah.
Did Beer Me come? I don't know if you guys talk about this. Did Beer Me come to you and say anything about it? I know he expressed that he liked it in the on the Discord, but did he come to you and say anything or no?
I don't remember, but I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I know he liked it.
Yeah, he definitely seemed to like it, and I hope he had fun with it too. So here's some of the Easter eggs. Do you guys want me to explain what I put sprinkle in there, or just leave it out there?
100%, yes.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, there's. Okay, I'm trying to think how to approach this. I wanted it to be lighthearted, so at some point, you notice that. I'm just gonna say Woody's is a gay bar. Okay.
What?
Woody's is a gay bar in Philadelphia.
What?
So
it was the best.
Now,
AJ Styles, we got your audience.
Now, when you read this, go back, read this right up again. I almost want to just put that out there. So now go back and read it knowing that, and you will see.
It's called Woody's.
You'll see the things.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's called Woody's too. That's perfect.
Oh, no.
You will see the things I sprinkled in, like the fans in the bar all having Daddy Kink shirts, and like I sprinkled in so many little things just to see if anybody picks up on it. Exo Kev was in there. He is he would go to that bar. We will say that. And
yeah,
there was a point where CM Carlito and Super Hippo come walking. They open the door, walk in, see what's going on, and they just they walk away. There's just so many like things that I sprinkle in that I thought would be funny. So if you want, have a good time knowing that, go back and read it again.
I have to reread that when we're done. Oh my god.
Yeah, and it originally wasn't like that way until I saw the name. I just want to do a random bar. I was originally going to put in Nichols, which is the name of the bar that the CZW guys would go to in Philly. Like the wrestlers would go before and after the shows and stuff. And then while I was searching for names, I saw Woody's and I clicked on it, and then I saw it was a gay bar. And then I was like, you know what? Let's have some extra fun with this. So yeah. So to me, I really like how that match turned out, and I really like. And then the end, they slapped the napkin with I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was like for a good time or whatever, like something like that. They slapped it on 3J's chest and stuff. Just fun. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Oh my god,
so
that's an amazing happy accident of things to happen that way.
Yeah,
that's so good.
So I know Woody. I mean, there's people in the chat right now saying they would love to go with you to this bar. So you guys, you guys need to film this. Look, road trip. Jace Villain right now says road trip, Woody. So I want to see this happen. You guys need to do this and film it and send us all the fun times.
Well, maybe we'll think about it.
There you go. Spring Tigers is in.
Nothing against that. It's all good.
Oh, of course. Yeah. So anyway,
but it's not what you expected. I guess the funny part is like, oh,
yeah.
Exactly. So that's just some Easter eggs that I sprinkled in. I hope people had some fun with now that they know that. So, but anyway, we can keep going.
We can move on. I guess we got a hardcore match. Cam Popplestone defeating the Lucha Warrior 43-37.
Oh my God. First of all, this is the third match between these guys. Their first two ended in no contest. And I was scared. This match would have been a no contest again if it wasn't a hardcore match. I don't even know how that's possible. But I originally didn't, like, when I'm calculating the scores, I didn't put in hardcore, subtract their points when they got them wrong. And I got mad because I went, son of a bitch, they tied again. But I forgot to subtract their points, and it ended up Cam Popplestone won. So, guys, if this wasn't a hardcore match, they would have tied a third straight time, which is insane to think about. But, yeah.
Consider that in the early days of the JRPL, there were a lot of times when there were just ties. No contests. It just happened a lot. That's why there's so many triple threats started happening. Because it's just, the odds have to have someone else end up with a winner because 3 people aren't going to tie. It was the thought, right? So,
yeah, and the thing is, that's why some of the bonus questions are more complex now, and there's more of them to help alleviate the ties because we were starting to get into more of a tie, especially on NXT shows, as we all know. Those are going to always be, bonus question heavy because there's only 5 matches, and we don't want to have everybody on the card, no contesting. So, but anyway, storyline wise, this match, the whole story about the Lucha Warrior, he is being, if you haven't read this, I'm just going to explain to you guys. He is basically being wrote as a character that is this not necessarily like an underdog, but this newer competitor who will never give up and he'll never stay down. So he constantly, that's how the other no contest happened. He wouldn't stay down and they went to, time limit draws. And this match, it had to be a hardcore match. And even after he lost, when Cam Popplestone was, they were both exhausted, Lucha Warrior got back up still before he even left the ring. And they shook hands and Lucha Warrior said, respectively, you know what? Nobody can keep me down, and it basically set up a match for SummerSlam between the two and a last man standing match. So Lucha Warrior is planning on, showing that he will not be the last, like he will be the last man standing. He will not stay down for a 10 count. So that is what this little, these are just little tiny nuggets of storylines that are just developing. They're not major, they're not big, they're not always on the main show, but little interesting things that hopefully these guys have fun with, and it hopefully makes for a good little match between these guys. So that's, I kind of already previewed what's coming up at SummerSlam for them, but there you go. So that's what happened here. What are your guys' thoughts on this, first of all? Woody, I guess we'll start with you. With Cam Popplestone, he's been involved in a lot of stories in the past and stuff, but Lucha Warrior kind of making I think this was his main card debut. So what do you feel about these guys and about the story they got going on?
Well, with Cam, as we all know, he's one, if not the best Road Warrior champion that we've had.
Correct. Yeah, I agree.
And his opponent, what was it, Lucha Warrior?
Yeah, Lucha Warrior, yep.
Lucha Warrior, how long has Lucha Warrior been around?
I can tell you super quick here. Lucha Warrior debuted at what show is this? Elimination Chamber. So this year he is a rookie. So he is, he is a possible rookie of the year candidate, but he debuted in February of this year. So
he's definitely been under my radar, but with these past few matches with Cam, I've definitely started to notice more of him. I want to see what he'll do and stuff in JRPL.
Yeah, and people are talking about in the chat, he is creeping up on that tie record. He's already tied like 4 or 5 times now in the JRPL. So early in his career, I have no idea how that's happened, but he continues to tie people. So what are your thoughts on these two and, I guess, Lucha Warrior, Scott?
Well, that makes me laugh because when I mentioned how, like, in the early days there were a lot of ties, you could almost say he's the throwback to the old school of the JRPL because he's getting all these ties coming out early. Yeah. Cam has been doing a lot with stories and trying to make things work and hit here and there and take a leave and then work that into a story. And I'm always behind Cam. Big fan of his stuff, and always want to see him doing well. And I love seeing new names pop up. That's something we don't talk about why we like wrestling, but that's one of those things. I just like seeing a new name come up and suddenly like, who's this now? Oh, new threat. Okay, how is this veteran going to handle it? And it's always interesting. And that's what I see with Lucha Warriors. It's fun to see someone else coming up there and actually making a go at it, making a run. And I mean, I'm not underselling the guys we talked about before with like Cassius and Kier One and Sax Blues. They're doing it too. They're just having like the hits right now. Lucha's been doing it for a little while now, just like consistently, is what I'm noticing. So,
well,
that's big, I think.
I didn't realize. Just Jace, he's in the chat right now, and he says, I guess he knows Lucha, so he said that he's not crazy about those ties. I didn't know. That's cool. That's cool. You know Lucha, so there you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think hopefully we have a good little, I guess, climax at SummerSlam between these guys and their feud. And we'll see if, I mean, the story-wise, you know, if you're booking it perfectly, story-wise, you're going to have Lucha Warrior win in the end and have, you know, the rookie. You have Camp Popplestone doing this feud with the rookie and kind of, you know, putting the rookie over. But we'll see. You never know. It's competition. So
sometimes the veteran still gets that win, though.
That's
and
true.
Keeps looking strong. So
that's true. So I'm excited for that.
I do like that it was a hardcore match, not just because, you know, it's Extreme Rules, but the story kind of dictated it at Extreme Rules. You did seek out to put more of those kind of matches in here, more so than WWE did for their own Extreme Rules.
Yeah.
That was part of the goal. I know they were lax last year, and this year was even worse. So, don't get me wrong, Extreme Rules was a fun ass show. The actual one that was really, really good. But yeah, you went out there to try to make things a bit different, so that was good. Next up, speaking of different, we have Jace Villain, who we just mentioned, beat Redhead, who I'm familiar with, 51-47.
Yeah. See, okay. I guess Woody will have some good insight on this one too, because there was a story being developed behind the scenes between Woody, Red, and I think it was mainly between Woody and Red, and then later you guys informed me that Jace was going to be involved in this, almost like a triple threat type deal, that it was going to kind of lead towards a triple threat match at SummerSlam between Woody, Red, and Jace. But plans changed a little bit. Jace ended up getting to the finals of TOD. And all of the little story stuff that took place, because if you were going back and reading everything, there was, you know, a lot of stuff happened in that battle royal that we had at Super Showdown, where they all messed with each other and stuff. But the triple threat has been building for a little while, and there we go. Or Stella just jumping in there. I need to turn these alerts off. So thank you, by the way, for the bits, but I need to turn these alerts off. We just had a page here jump in the chat. Anyway, this is what happened, basically. It was supposed to be a triple threat match for SummerSlam, and since we had to, you know, turn a little bit from that, I wanted to have at least some kind of a blow-off, but not necessarily when we wanted it. So we had Jace and Red face each other early here at Extreme Rules. So this is almost like a mini blow-off to what was supposed to happen. I don't know if they're going to go back to this in the future. I don't know. But there was so much stuff, like in the write-up, Jace wanted to try to set Red on fire because Red actually set Jace on fire previously, but was saved in the last nick of time there. But yeah, so that was the reason behind me booking this match. Woody, when did you guys want Jace to jump into your guys' feud? Because originally, when you guys approached me about this, it was just you and Red that you wanted going in. When did you guys plan on adding Jason to the mix there?
I think it was a few weeks after, because my thought process was like, you don't see a lot of triple threat feuds in the JRPL, and for SummerSlam we wanted to do something different. So I was thinking about 3 different factions, 3 different members. I'm like, that makes sense. That'd be a cool little story. It sounded like it couldn't happen, but it was a fun little idea.
Yeah, I mean, who's to, you know, never, things could happen in the future, you know, as we go. But okay, yeah, I was wondering like when that development came to be, but yeah, this is an example. This match right here was an example of, you know, plans not working out. So
wait, you're telling me that there was a tournament that got in the way of a storyline that Redhead was in?
Yeah, believe it or not, double whammy there for Red.
Yeah, Red. If Red's in the chat, right?
He was. I haven't seen him talk lately, but he was in the chat.
Red,
Yeah,
Red would probably get a good laugh about that. The entire storyline with Red and I was to play out over like 2 months, but the tag tournament made it play out over 3 shows.
Yeah.
But it turned into a different storyline, which is a lot more fun, I think. So you do what you can with that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say Woody and Red, that's kind of an awesome feud to me because it's like 2 veteran names feuding, which is cool to see, I think. I'm trying to compare it to something like when you see I'm trying to compare it to like
Goldberg.
an actual thing. Like an Orton and almost like a Cena type thing. Where it's like, oh, these big names, oh, they're going at it against each other. Oh, like it's not like a rookie and an upstart. It's 2 veterans who've kind of crossed paths, but not as much that I'm aware of. And this seems like, oh, that's a big match. It just has that feel to it, which is pretty cool. But we'll get to SummerSlam in a minute. But I just like that feud. So
we've never had a one-on-one.
Never at all? You haven't had a one-on-one?
With Red, I don't think so.
Oh,
nice. That's cool. That's awesome then. Because that's one of those matches like you'd think they would have crossed paths by now. But no. So that's a fun one. But Woody, you dealt with some enigmas. Boss Solution, Woody and Legit Boss 2K, defeated the Eloquent Enigmas members Jonathan C.T. Martin and Junction 92-80 in a hardcore table match.
Yeah, Woody, I think this was your idea and everything. So just kind of walk us through like what your thought process. What did you want for the like? What did you plan? What did you envision happening here? And did it work out the way you wanted it to? Obviously, you won, but I mean like storyline wise.
Yeah, I envisioned it leading towards more of me and Red at SummerSlam, but also for future stuff, which I will not get into right now.
Oh,
but there was tiny little like nods from the past in there as well, which is always fun.
Yeah,
like yeah. Yes. Like when what they did with when Solution threw Adnix off the balcony.
Mm-hmm.
It was always fun.
Yep. So you got that. Yeah. I like the write-up. I don't know if you worked on it with CT. I know CT sent it to me, but he did a good job, or you guys did a good job. Whoever was involved in that write-up did a pretty good job. I enjoyed the write-up there. I know you guys, I think CT came to me and said, hey, can we switch to an elimination tables match instead of just like first? I'm like, yeah, man, that's like smaller details that if that kind of stuff comes up, anybody out there who you're listening to this, if you want to tweak little, kayfabe details into stuff, as long as they make sense, like that makes perfect sense. Like, yeah, sure, of course, that stuff's totally cool. Always cool. Now, if you wanted to come up like the day of, like, hey, can we switch this to a death match or something like that? It's like, wait a minute, time the fuck out now. Hold on. But that stuff's cool. I like switching up details if they work out for the story you're trying to present. That's totally cool. So yeah.
Next up, Modstep beat LJ 55-52.
Yes. Okay, so this was an important match and story point for me and LJ's feud that we've been going on for since before WrestleMania now. Modstep and LJ are friends in real life, so this little plot point for us was I wanted them two to face each other. The outcome, you know what? The outcome's just, for fun. The result for what was going to happen in the write-up was going to happen either way. This is just, have two friends face each other and see who wins. So basically what happened was I came out, Bomber, the character Bomber, is frustrated. He's got his company taken away, all this kind of stuff. And he came out and he's taking that frustration on LJ because he was the kind of straw that, that the last straw that really got Bomber fired because Bomber, tried to fire him for the, the wellness policy and all this kind of stuff. So Bomber's taking all of that frustration out on LJ right now because he's kind of like looking at him and holding him responsible, even though it's obviously Bomber's fault and he's a piece of trash on how he's been handling himself as always. But at the end of this match, I wanted to slip in a little fun spot where I attacked both of them in the match, and afterwards I wanted Modstep to help LJ out, to have his back, to form, not necessarily, we're not forming a tag team, but to solidify like Modstep and LJ as friends. This isn't this is a form of a tag team type deal, so I don't want anybody to think that. But this is an alliance type deal with Modstep and LJ, who are friends in real life, so I wanted to have them. I think it's always more fun when you and your friend are either allies or against each other instead of just, going your separate paths. So, and these guys really have a good time, and they're really into the JRPL, so... And they're also on board with this. Don't worry, I talked to them and made sure that they were cool with this, by the way, everybody. So, yeah, for anybody wondering, they're totally on board with forming an alliance and everything. So you had two different things here. You had an alliance formed between those two, and you had more of the rivalry with me and LJ take place here. So that's everything that went into this match. And these are two heavy hitters, by the way, in the JRPL, just on their own. So these guys are both killing it right now. So good job on both of their performances. But I guess Woody, do you have any? Oh, sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say I think this Bomber LJ thing. I think that might be my favorite feud heading into SummerSlam.
I'm sorry, what?
He said he might be one of his favorite feuds heading into SummerSlam.
I heard him.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You're like, oh, sorry, what?
That's some shade being thrown.
Oh, no. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Woody. Go on. Go continue with your wrong opinion. Go on.
With your wrong opinion. Oh, God. Don't worry, Woody. I think you're right.
Woody, I say that loving your feud with Red, honestly. But, I mean, Bomber, the fact that you kind of fell into it as awesome feud with LJ over the oops from WrestleMania is amazing.
And that's
the best.
Those are the things that really help make these, like, we've had a couple of feuds that happened by accident and surprise. I can't really think of another one off the top of my head, but I know they've happened. And this is one where it's like, I went to him and he was the one that said, you know what? I know you messed up because I did. I fucked up. I mean, I thought I was in the right at the moment, but I was actually wrong. And he was the one that said, you know what? No, don't worry. I'm not mad. I don't give me the title that I should have won. We'll make a story out of this. So all the credit in the world for him being cool, understanding the accidents happen, and I'm giving him a lot of the credit for wanting to make this a big story. So, yeah, LJ, good stuff.
He ended up winning the title at Mania, didn't he?
Yeah, and then he came back and won the title. So, yeah, I mean, it's all kind of worked out for him, and now he's getting helped, move into the upper card main event scene, and he's killing it. He's doing a good job.
He's gonna get a contender for like breakout star of the year.
That could be a very good possibility because
is he technically a rookie from this year, or?
I don't think he is. I don't think he would be up for a rookie of the year. But
he just debuted late last year, right? That's what I'm thinking.
I think so. I'm going down. His debut was November. Yeah, Crown Jewel. What did he show to debut on?
I remember him being in Survivor Series, or something like that.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
He lost to Wrestling Ferrara. Wow, that's a name that we haven't heard in a long time.
No, Woody, you said this is probably your favorite feud. Why is that? I'm not questioning it. I'm just because I see a bit of your feud with Bummer in it, and when you feud with the Authority, that's what you end up with. So I see a little bit of that, but he's different because he was flat out wronged storyline wise. Not judging you, Bomber, but it was storyline wise. It was like he was fucked over. Like Lee and I can say Bomber screwed us. No, he got fucking screwed. Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. So the fact that kind of became the story, I think is great.
Yeah, I like that, and I like you mentioned. I see a little bit of Woody versus Bomber in that, but this is just for me. This is just like a little bit more of like just screwiness. Just like, yeah, he got fucked over. Blah 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 blah. And then LJ's like, he's bringing in Modstep as like his own little buddy to help with all this. I find it really interesting.
Cool.
And the one, it is somewhat comparable with the Woody storyline. I know as far as like feuding with the person that runs the company, but this one to me is I wouldn't say vastly different, but LJ is completely innocent and everything. He's more of the face than Woody was. Woody was, more of a face in the storyline, but he wasn't as, I would say, a clean, a white meat baby face as LJ is. LJ is like super clean baby face in this feud.
Well, you were the dastardly heel, and Woody was the opponent to that. Cam was also the counterpoint to that. Like,
sure,
those storylines worked over, and those guys were just kind of getting screwed over here and there, but they're more like being held back. But then the storyline, like, you legit just fucked over LJ. It's like he's like, what did I do? No. It's kind of like this amazing aspect, because those guys, maybe they did stuff and caused you problems. He did nothing. He did nothing to deserve it. That's why I kind of extra love it.
Yeah. It was all me fucking up, is what it was.
And now you got a big SummerSlam.
Yeah, now it's a good,
coming up. Yeah. Fun stuff. Next up, hey, here's the match I like. Me versus the Warden. Oh, that's why he doesn't like, because I beat Warden. I beat the Warden 55-53, which we were tracking it all night. That's a bonus question. That's all it would have taken, and I would have tied him. Falls count anywhere hardcore match. Not the original submission match that you were going for, Bomber.
Mm-hmm.
We changed it to a falls count anywhere. What did you think of that one, Woody, with me beating Warden? And yeah, I'm jamming it right at you, but what do you think?
Partners, am I right? It's something. It's something. Everything that happened afterwards.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. It was fine. Yeah.
No.
So you're saying it was overshadowed? I see. Which, to be fair, yeah, I get that. What
are you talking about? Overshadowed by the ending? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, the stuff that came afterwards. Oh yeah, no, that's the bigger moment. This was the Solution anniversary, and then shit got real.
Yeah.
I'll say is talking to Warden. He's like, yeah, it's gonna be messy. I'm like, I'll be the Daniel Bryan, or I'll be the Brock Lesnar to your Daniel Bryan, and he laughed at me, and I'm like, okay. And then I saw the write-up. I'm like, oh, okay. Oops. Oh shit. I didn't break the Solution. It's not my fault.
Yeah, no, they've been breaking for a little while now, so definitely not your fault. See, I really like the you know me, I'm a sucker for a brawl around the arena, all that kind of stuff. I loved it. I love the the moving in the include the merch table, like merch stuff and all that kind of stuff. I love all that stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, that was another fantastic write up. Now,
thank you.
The ending was also a big moment because I believe, some of the bigger characters in the whole JRPL history so far is, the tag team of the Warden and Beer Me Jesus. So to see Warden like do what he did and basically just straight up turn on Beer Me Jesus, and who knows, possibly the Solution. We don't know exactly the full scale of what we witnessed already, or what we just witnessed, but it was definitely one of the more impactful moments that we had on the entire show. So, and I think it was all pulled off very well. Warden was the one that, provided the write-up and everything. He did a very good job as far as he did the whole... I really like the little last line. There was like, Solution for Life or something like that, or... I think it was Solution for Life, right? I can scroll down and get it.
There was also, you should have never come back.
That's oh yes, that is a fantastic line too. Solution for Life, motherfucker. Oh, he did. Oh, the Sandman
line. Yeah,
and then hit a 5-star frog splash. Yeah, that stuff to me, just the wording and everything. It's really cool, and I think it's very nice touches that these guys are adding in here to their little what is happening. We don't really know, like I said, the scale of what's going on yet, but I think
that's good.
Yeah,
to not know everything yet.
Yeah. But
overall, his character is all...
No, you're good.
I was gonna throw in the Beerme's character. I don't know if Warden said it because of that, but Beerme's character and the JRPL character thing's been saying like Solution for Life and everything recently. Before like that happened.
Yeah, that's true. It's all very good details. Details really, put stuff over the top, I think. When you include like little small things that people look at and go, you know what? That's pretty fucking badass. At least me. At least I'm that way. I don't know if everybody's that way, but I know I am. So I'm excited to see where it goes. And I think we know where you're going. We'll talk about that one coming up later, Scott. But overall, I think this match is one of my favorite ones on the whole show. Believe it or not, one of my other favorite ones is the very next match. Believe it or not. So
well, I did want to comment on that brawl thing because I know you love the brawls. Then this was a submission match, chaining off of mine with Beer Me, and I was on board with that. But Ward and I, we literally tossed around when we first talked about a match, like a month or so ago. It was like Falls Count Anywhere. That would be something different to do.
Yep.
And because I was come out of the crowd, so that would be a fun thing. And when you're like, oh, I'm not sure how it'll stand out. Like if it would be different from, my reaction was, what if we just don't even go to the ring? Mm-hmm. What if we just stay out the whole side? And then I literally had most of it written up with the merch table and the production stuff and everything there in the bathroom, hitting through into the wall and everything. And then I'm watching Extreme Rules and I'm watching Lashley and Strowman, and I'm like, they fucking copied my match.
I saw your comment on that.
What
like, oh my god,
shit?
Yep.
Then I went to the merch table and I started losing my shit. I was like, no, what are you doing? So yeah, it's fine.
Sorry, go.
It was just, I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, personally for me, this was the first one-on-one with Warden, and we joked about having a match for a long time, but it never quite fit character-wise. And he even said like, oh, we should have one sooner. I'm like, no, it's better this way. It's better to not have had it yet. It makes this cooler now. To me, I said this a long time ago where I thought Warden was one of the bigger characters, one of the more established names and stuff. No joke, this was a fucking huge win for me, personally.
I agree.
Because I said before, like how other guys had wins here and there, but they couldn't quite get it when it mattered or chained them together. Like, I'll get 5 in a row, but then, here's the big chance, and fuck. So this one I was like, holy fuck, I won! Like, I didn't doubt that I would, but historically, I don't win these ones. So I won, I fucking won at WrestleMania. I won the Hell in a Cell. I won this one. I'm like, holy shit, I'm on a pretty good roll. Wow. Yeah. Okay. And like, no joke, I do consider this one of my biggest wins. It probably is my biggest one, technically, when you look at everything else and who that is. Fuck.
I could probably agree with that. It's definitely one of, if not your biggest win, one of your top 5, top 3 maybe.
It being a main show, I think, is what seals that for me. It's not like, I won its anniversary. That's cool. Yay. No, it's fucking Extreme Rules.
Yep.
It's a major win to me. And I'm not trying to. I am trying to toot my own horn, but it was like, holy fuck,
sure.
I did it.
No,
holy shit, I pulled it off.
Yeah. Here's something that you brought up that I really wanted to talk about that I think is a good point. When you mentioned that originally I booked it as a submission match, because I didn't know going in that you guys, wanted a hardcore match or anything like that. I know.
Oh, yeah.
I thought, hey, these guys are going to face each other. This, works perfectly with a submission match because of what we just had with, Beer, Me, and You and all this kind of stuff. So when you asked to have it switched, my first reaction was, we already have 4 or 5 hardcore matches on the show. So I was like, that's the whole, I don't know if it will stand out comment came from.
Oh, and I know that. I know, like, how will this be any different from the other ones?
Exactly. Yes.
It's going to be some brawling. Yeah, and I'm like, no, I got this.
And you guys won it, so, you guys got it. But, see, I want to point out, we're going to get into a topic later on that's a little more in-depth, but this, I like when somebody wants to make a change to something that helps the story, helps what you're trying to do. So anytime that is brought up, I totally encourage that. So you guys had a vision on something, and it was different than what I thought would be good. So no, perfect. Fight for anybody out there listening, fight for those things that if you're like, hey, I know you have this book, but we have this to make the story better. Jump in, like, fight for those things. Don't just say, oh, that's the way it's going to be. This is how it needs to be done. Like, tell me, like, make sure I know so I'm not, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's going to stand out.
Just, like, stand by it, because this is the second time, definitively, that's happened where Bomber's been like, I don't know. But the Red story turned out to be literally one of your favorites for Mania.
Sure.
And this match turned out good. It's like, that alone is like, trust me, I got this.
Yeah, like,
but
I'm
only going to come to you after I've worked it out, because Warden and I talked about it for a long time. Like, we joked back at like January about a match, and he's like, win more. Well, literally, okay, I won a lot. Let's do this. And we looked at, the Beer Me match is at here. It makes sense to have a Warden match right after that in Extreme Rules. Well, what gimmick do you want? Well, we could do Falls Anywhere. That'd be neat to go all over the crowd. Yeah, I come out of the crowd. Lee's been in the crowd. That's all fun stuff. So it all just kind of organically worked for the characters. in that sense. And then I just went nuts with it, writing up a match that never hit the ring until the very end. That was my personal goal. And also, I took a fall out. There was a fall in the bathroom. I took that out because I didn't want any falls to happen until we got to the end. Falls count anywhere, but there won't be any. Haha, because I would have been like, there shouldn't have been that one attempt.
Yeah.
You know, like that. So, like, I wanted to do that. Warden's idea was to hit the car windshield and get back up to fight some more, you know, unlike the last time.
Yeah. Put him in the coma.
That was his plan. And yeah, the idea of the jacket, which I kind of seeded in that I still had the jacket on the whole time and wrap him up and pin him. The whole point there was to show that I can win without the cross swords, literally because I've done that a lot lately, but that's not the only way I can win. And that's how you get a character over. You do other stuff here and there. And that was a good way to show that. I love Warden. Literally, I didn't like beat him down and defeat him. He was still ready to fight. More so than I was, so that's a good showing of the character with it being 55-53, 2 great scores, coming out of that, and then shit happened where I shook Beerme's hand with respect, which probably was like me signing his death warrant, putting like a horse head in his bed or some shit. Because holy fuck, Warden didn't like that.
Yeah,
god damn. So I love the solution. I've been feuding with them for a long time. I respect these guys. Woody, what the fuck is going on?
Trouble in paradise, my friend.
That is the best answer. Oh my god, there's an article right there, Warden.
Yeah.
The bomber, you got to write that.
So the last thing I'll just bring up, like not necessarily with this match, but just with the Solution stuff. Earlier in the night, we had the 2-year anniversary for Solution because they formed at Extreme Rules. It wasn't exactly this month. I think it was in like a June or May. But either way, it was Extreme Rules.
Extreme Rules.
Yeah, 2 years ago in 2017. And you know, just like last year, it's funny. Last year at Extreme Rules, we were coming into it like, oh man, is there trouble with Solution? Is this going on? And then at the end, it all worked out. And they're like, nah, we got this. We're good. And it all solved itself. So it's like, okay, good. So we came in again this year, 2019, the very next year with, you know, we got Beerme leaving and we got Warden in a coma and you got all kinds of stuff. Not sure what's happening. And then they had their anniversary celebration. Warden was, you know, kind of separated from the group. He showed up a little late and stuff. If you read the write-up, he showed up a little late and everything, but they didn't show any signs of, you know, breaking up or any kind of, friction. They looked like they were mostly on the same page, but later in the night, obviously not so much, not the case. So you kind of had, I like how we teased it last year, everything went good. We teased it this year, everything went good, but then it didn't. I just like how that worked out for itself on this show. So, but yeah, that's I just want to throw that little nugget in there. So,
oh yeah, it was a lot of fun. Being able to be a part of all that craziness going down after the fact, seeing that, I'm like, oh shit, what have I done? Not my fault. But now as I've said to Beerme, I've reached out, you know. As someone who has had a partner kind of go away and then come back very different and attack you, I understand. I understand more than any other can. So he's got to have that crazy tag match later. And then I said that in actually Discord, and Warden was like I'd team with Lee. All right, fine, Fatal 4. Let's just hash it out. Outsiders and Solution. Let's keep it going. But speaking of keeping it going, and speaking of tag champions, we have a hardcore match with the tag titles on the line. Team No Chance, Buck N5 and Lily Pilly, retaining over Kill the League, KTL, Hiroshin Moses, and Dr. Tommy Oliver, 92-78. Again, that's in a hardcore match.
Yep.
Those are good points for a hardcore match.
Those are good points, especially 92.
Actually, so was Warden and I. Jesus Christ, realized that was hardcore. It was 55-53.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of good scores on this show. A lot of people predicted very well. Not myself, but a lot of other people did. So this match right here, there's a lot to unpack here. I won't take too long on it, but there was a lot of controversy. A lot of people, you know, not happy about the booking on this match. Not happy about, you know, Team No Chance facing Kill the League, and why is Kill the League, you know, getting this title match. As I've said in the past, and I guess I will have to continually saying this, not every single title match will be based on who's on an undefeated streak or who's nonstop winning all these matches. Sometimes kayfabe will play into title matches. This is an example of that. Now, generally, yes, you're going to have people that are doing better getting title matches, but kayfabe will play a part in title matches. I've always said this. It's always been like that. I still find it weird that people get, mad at me or just not happy in general when they see stuff like this. I still don't. Do you guys disagree with that, first of all, before we continue? Are you guys... you can totally be on it. If you were not happy they had this title match, please tell me. But what are your guys' thoughts on this? Scott, we'll start with you.
There's always room for it. There's literally like 30 shows a year. You can have 1 or 2 happen like that, or even 3 or 4. I'm never going to complain about it. I'm story-heavy guy. If I get some stuff, this is going to sound real bad, but if I get some stuff out of it because my story was good versus how good my picks were, so be it. That's a little bit of like actual wrestling kind of stuff where, hey, you're ways too. So that might sound a little odd to say, but if you're able to bring that and also provide that, cool. And the storyline merited this, so that works. Where it's the Chaotic Maniacs versus Team No Chance. That's an interesting pairing that I
Kill the League. Well. Kill the League.
Oh, sorry, Kill the League. I'm sorry.
No,
Chaotic's coming up. Sorry.
Yeah, that's up.
That I like too. That's gonna be interesting too. But Kill the League is the idea of like, there's almost like you said last time about how it's almost like, are they even legit? And how does Team No Chance face that? How does the tag champs face that? So I don't have much of a problem with it because someone's got to, and it's a real hard thing to say because at the end of the day, no matter what you do, you're not going to please everyone. We said this last time.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's one chance, one show. There you go. What happens next time? Well, if they shouldn't have won it, then they're not going to keep it. But Team No Chance has had it for a while. And Kill the League, well, they got a shot they didn't deserve. Well, and they didn't win. So
that also is I really like that point, by the way. If there's this team that they shouldn't be getting a title shot, well, then they shouldn't win, first of all. If you really believe that. Now, if they come in and they beat the champs, they won. Well, yours was a little different. You were in a tournament, so
both times.
But yes, but people exactly, and look what happened. And you defended those titles. So that
and look
showed
who the champions are twice now.
Yeah.
Team No Chance.
Exactly. So
yeah.
So anyway, okay. So that's Woody. What are your thoughts?
I was confused. I was confused at first, like after looking at the records and everything. But then, like, I stood back and looked at it from like a booker's eyes, your eyes, everything like that. And I get it. I get that you want to do it, story wise, kayfabe wise, stuff like that. And sometimes that's just what what others have to do. And if they disagree with it, you gotta look at it from another viewpoint and kind of put your own little things aside. Like sometimes you have to do that.
Yeah. Now I have no problem. Like I understand when people want the people that are winning more and more, like always getting these opportunities. And yes, generally, like I said, more often than not, those are the people that are going to be getting these title matches. Now, this case, if maybe people haven't been reading the write-ups about with what Kill the League have been doing, but if you've been reading the write-ups, the story has been progressing where they formed, I should say, in order to kill the League. The first mission for them basically was to target Team No Chance, the stable, which they did. In their first mission was to take the tag team titles away. They were throwing them in the trash can. They were doing everything they could to be these super dirty. We don't respect anything about the JRPL. They trash the titles and stuff like that. And their plan was to get the titles again and to degrade them. That was like like I said, their first mission kind of was going to be coming into this match. Now they failed that first little mission. They had a hiccup where Hiroshi Moses wanted, in behind the scenes, wanted the Chaotic Maniacs, who were also in the stable. They were 4 people in the stable. They wanted them out because of personal reasons on Discord, this is fine. No problem there. You do what you got to do. So it became more of just a tag team with Hiro and Tommy Oliver. And then right after the show, this is where a little bit of, behind the scenes gets involved. Tommy Oliver contacted me and told me that he no longer wants to take part in the JRPL. So that put me in a position where I had to think of what to do, because there was a lot of, if you've been reading the write-ups, there have been a decent amount of build for Kill the League. Yes, they haven't been winning all their matches, but when you read the write-up, even the matches they lose, things were happening in those matches. Story was happening in those matches, and before and after matches too that they weren't involved with. They were being built up. Now the fact that they lost a couple times in a row and they lost here, they pretty much lost all the momentum. It's kind of a Bray Wyatt situation. If you keep losing, you're just not going to have the momentum anymore. And this match was the end of the line pretty much for Kill the League. Definitely for Tommy Oliver. He says he's done. So with what happened in the write-up, he's kind of done, as you saw. And I want to get your guys' opinions on what happened if you read that. But I think we have witnessed the end of Kill the League at Extreme Rules. Even though they had a decent build-up start. I think it was decent anyway. They had a decent build-up to start with, but they just couldn't get the wins in the end, and they died out. So for people that were so mad at this and so mad at Kill the League and like, oh, blah, 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 you got what you wanted. They failed, and now they're disbanded. Now they're going to be gone. So that should, I guess, make you happy. I don't know. So first of all, what were your guys' thoughts on the write-up? Woody, did you read the write-up to this match? We'll start with you. It's okay if you didn't. I'm just asking.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you broke up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
The write-up was, I like the write-up for it. There's something that kind of, it didn't bug me, but something I didn't like about how, maybe you can explain why.
Sure.
Why, how Tommy was written off, like the whole dumpster thing.
Mm-hmm. Now, explain. I'm sorry.
I don't know. It felt to me like that was a little not. I don't want to say overkill, because we've literally had people almost die in the JRPL and come back. There's been a lot of other stuff that would be considered overkill, but I felt like, in my opinion, there could have just been a better way to send him off like that.
I just want to jump right in there before you even say anything, Bomber, because I thought the plan was not to do an outright type of thing.
Kill?
So, yeah, that's what it seemed like.
We don't necessarily. We didn't see. If you read the write up, I wrote that the thing comes over the top and like you can't see anything. So it's almost the exact same situation. If you want to go back to the Lee situation, nobody, or even Gord's, the Gord situation, nobody seen any death. Gord's flew off the side of the bridge. We had Lee go off the side of the roof area. Nothing was ever seen, and I probably won't ever write anybody ever being shown killed off, like killed off, And this was the same example where not necessarily being killed off. I mean, I got a lot of the roots from what we just saw almost recently with Braun Strowman in the dumpster truck. That's somewhat where that was coming from, but. Yeah, so I'll say that. What do you got to say, Scott?
I'll elaborate more, but it did seem. I guess the idea is that it's all but implied. So I didn't think it was anything other than that. It's like, oh, or is he? No, he fucking is. Is how I saw that. Is like he's dead. Okay. That's how I saw it, because I don't know. It's like that's garbage truck seems pretty final to me. That's just my thought, but.
Sure. Okay, so here's what he said he wanted me to explain, like, my thought process here. This is what went down. Obviously, this was not the plan going into this, or immediately afterwards. This plan happened in the window of after the show and when Tommy Oliver messaged me, hey, I'm done. There were several different scenarios I could have, obviously, I could have went any different direction with it. I could have had a serious injury. I could have had retirement. I could have had all kinds of different things go down. But I went back to the feud between these guys. I'm just giving you what went on in my head. I went back to the feud with these guys and I said, you know what? They were throwing away the titles in trash can. And then I kind of linked to stuff. Well, what if this is a hardcore match? Things can go down. Why don't we involve, I was originally going to do a dumpster, And then I changed my mind and was like, well, why don't we have a actual garbage truck come down? And we can have them fighting. Some people can get dumped into it, and basically exactly what you read. This is just coming off the top of my head as I'm typing the match up. And it really, as far as the garbage truck and why it went down the way, it really stemmed from the feud with throwing the titles in the trash. Was kind of, the idea behind why it happened with the dump truck and stuff. I never clearly intended, hey, this is the death of Tommy Oliver. Now, I guess it definitely looks that way, or it could be construed that way, and that's fine. That's totally fine. But I did not write it with that intention. I mean, if you still think that, that's totally fine. I have no problems with that. But yeah, that's my thought process on how it went down. Yes. Did that answer anything? I don't know for you guys.
For me, it is. It isn't a case of like. It's not that I don't understand why. Like, I get where it was going, but it was kind of a reaction of like, oh, it's that again. Really was how I thought. It was like, oh, I don't want to say it was ambiguous again, because it wasn't. I'm like, oh, he's dead. Because historically, these guys are dead. Lee's was different. Like, you didn't see stuff, and it was made very clear. But with Tommy Oliver, I guess the way I took it was, he didn't see anything. But I mean, you don't want to, because he's dead inside. Mm-hmm. That's how it was. Like, you don't want to look at him. He's gone. That's just how I saw it. But
sure, and I guess
you got me. I was a mark for the story.
No. I mean, it's perfectly fine to look at it that way. Yeah, people in the chat say, ask Braun. A lot of it also still, I got the idea, besides them throwing the titles in the trash can, the Braun stuff. Now, granted, Braun showed up on Raw the next fucking night, and nothing was ever brought up, or he rode in on a dump truck or a garbage truck. So,
he lived in it for a week. And
to me, that was fucking stupid. The way they handled it, it was a way to write him off, I think, the JRPL. But yes, I definitely see what you can with you saying, oh, this again, like as far as maybe, somebody's gonna be gone, so let's kill him. Almost, I can agree with
that, because I thought that was literally it. Like, what if it's just like, again, it's easy to hindsight it here, not having been the one who did it. But the first thing I thought of was like, we're not going to have another one of those. It's going to be something else like, okay, you're fired, your contract's up, you're being sued for copyright infringement and can't appear on TV because of the Power Ranger thing. Anything like that could have been like something different to use to force him out, instead of, oh, he might be dead too. It just seemed
lazy. You can say it. You can say lazy.
Not lazy, but it was just like, it's okay, not lazy, but it is repetitive.
Sure, I can see that. Yeah.
Not lazy at all, because I'm like, oh, cool, okay, we're doing that again. I didn't think we were, but okay, we're doing that. It is how it is. Like, I didn't dislike it, but it's like, oh, I guess that's how guys get written off. Is how I saw that. It's like, oh, okay. Sure. I was hoping for something more, a little different out of it.
That's perfectly fine. I personally had a lot of fun writing this. To me, like, I put so much detail into that whole ending bit that I had a lot of fun writing this. By the way, so I biasly really enjoyed this write-up for this match, but everybody has, if I have no problem with people not 100% being on board, and that's totally fine. I never planned on it being a death, like I said, so we'll see. What's done is done, though, so whether he's dead, who knows.
Next up, speaking of people who were dead but weren't, Lee lost to Spring Tigress by a point.
1 point.
53 for him, 54 for her, and she retained the Road Warrior title.
Yep, sure did. So I guess, what are your guys' thoughts first, and then I'll go after that.
Well, I'll just put mine in here, where I knew that I didn't want to interfere in the match, because that's not my style, even though he's been doing that to me. Of course, I want him to be the champion. That would be better. But I liked what we did with the write-up, because I didn't know anything about being in the crowd. That's all I knew. So I loved that aspect of it. I just loved the story that was being told there with Lee trying different things to show he can do different things in his attack and his game plan and overall. And also, we got Tigress over by beating two former outsiders back-to-back. So
yes, that's
cool.
Huge for her, I think, as far as, cementing herself as a legit champ. That's big for her. Back-to-back, too. So it's funny because she just beat both you guys back to back, and then you guys are going on to main event SummerSlam. So what does that say? You know, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah. It's this is gonna sound silly, but I do consider Tigress another one of those cool characters, been around forever. But those wins are like how I feel about beating Wharton. It's kind of that. It's like those are big wins for her because we're both doing real good. And it's like, fuck, look at her coming in there and beating us. Shit. Give me a 5-day title reign. Shit.
Yep.
No, it's awesome. I love it. I'm happy for it. It's very cool. So.
Yep. So what are your thoughts there, Woody?
Well, the AHMF, they're no stranger to holding that Road Warrior title with GMSG. Does he have the longest reign of it?
I know he's had the most defenses, and he's a 2-time champ. I can load it up right here as we're talking about it. Let me see.
See, with the belt, it's always nice seeing someone new with the Road Warrior belt and seeing like how long they can defend it. And this write-up was it was interesting. The whole Lee and Tigress dynamic in the write-up was definitely fun.
Yes. So first question to answer there for you. GMSG has defended the title successfully 9 times out of his 2 title reigns. He's held the title twice, and he had 5 successful title defenses his first reign and 4 his second reign. But he does not have the single record for the longest run. That goes to Cam Popplestone with 73. So he's had the most total defenses, but does not have the record for the longest reign. If you add his days up, yes, he's got the longest reign. Like if you add both of his reigns. But what are your guys' thoughts on? I guess since you're going right now, Woody, what are your thoughts on Tigress's run so far? I know it's super like early still. It's just kind of getting started. But what are your thoughts on her run so far at this point?
Well,
Hello.
I do not know what happened.
I don't know either.
Well, and then
what are your
instead of the big show coming out, he cut out.
What are what are your thoughts?
I'll fill in the gap. I'll fill the gap in here. I do like Tigress getting kind of this shot, this opportunity. One shot, one chance, one to make it. But it's fun. It's fun seeing like older characters get a title shot. Like it honestly felt a lot like me getting it, where it's like, hey, I finally got this belt. That's neat.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 days later, oh, it's gone. But honestly, it's a Road Warrior title. It happens. So the fact that she's got it and has like a defense, that's pretty cool. That's I couldn't do that clearly. So that is pretty awesome to see her taking that and running with it, and it's fun because there's going to be some interesting stuff with Janice number 2 getting introduced and things like that from her match with me and stuff. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think she definitely it's off to a good start with the title run, beating the outsiders so far. Mm-hmm. And she says she has 2 title defenses right now. Let's who did she beat?
I think we're forgetting one. I literally think we're forgetting one. She beat me to win it.
Wait.
At Best in the World. And then she retained over Lee. No, that's it.
No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, she's just 1 title defense there.
Yeah, and she will be defending it.
She said she beat
against Wookiee.
Oh, she did. Slammiversary. She beat Captain Charisma. Good call. Good. See, that's why I'm glad you're in the chat, Spring Tigers. Yes, she beat Captain Charisma in the main event of Slammiversary. You're right.
I got Best in the World and Slammiversary in the wrong order in there. That's right.
Yep.
There we go.
But yes, so already up to 2 successful, and she had history with Captain Charisma. I think the write-up for that match was very interesting. Another solid win there. Then she beat Lee. She's already beat Scott. I think she's on a very good start for a title run here. We'll get to her next match later on, but as far as the write-up goes, all that Lee, all of the credit goes to Lee. He wanted. I have the little description he gave to me right here. He says, in the match, win or lose, I want to show off that I can indeed wrestle Scott in our upcoming match. So I took that as far as not just brawl and stuff. He can wrestle as far as technical wrestle that you guys basically helped me inform me on our last actual podcast, by the way. when I brought up that Don Callis comment. Remember?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Oh, the idea of like, a wrestling move. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where I got that
That's awesome.
that from him. So he also wanted to involve 2 new like moves into his move set, which is the Gotch Pile Driver, which is what he calls the Gallows Drop, which is we Google it if you don't know what a Gotch Pile Driver is, and also a bridging figure 4 leg lock, which he calls the Midnight Lasso. Now I've never seen this before. He sent me the link to the video of Robert Gibson doing it to Ric Flair, and it looks awesome. So I'm gonna copy for everybody
we'll have to watch that.
in the chat right now on Twitch. So it's in there. And if you're listening later on YouTube, just search Robert Gibson bridging figure 4 pin and you'll find it. Super cool looking. The credit. So
I got a scout.
Yeah. So all this goes to all the credit goes to Lee. He sent all this information in.
What's amazing is he's doing all that stuff to build up his side of the match. And here I am doing the same thing by going, I can do more than just do technical. I can do the brawling and stuff with the
Yeah, so you guys are both showing each other that you can mimic each other's styles. So we'll see how it goes.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. It's fun.
And he also wanted to include the spot that I really liked in the match where like before everything started, like you were in the crowd, he wanted you in the front row and stuff like he has been doing to you and sit on the ropes and like invite you in and you're like, no. And then he had the comment, what was the smart move hero? That's good stuff.
Yeah.
That was good stuff. So, so overall, the Tigris and Lee match, I think Lee looked good in it. I think Tigris looked good in it. Lee has more of an arsenal now. Tigris is now on a kind of she's starting a good trend, a tear. So we'll see where she goes from there. But overall, a good match here.
There is a little bit of a danger in how stuff worked out where literally Lee cost me the title and Tigris won it, and then you could say that I cost him the title shot. It's like it's not taking anything away from Tigris because she is the one winning these by points. We're not trying to find shenanigans out of that. I always say, like, even when I beat someone in the match or when I get beat, it's like, what's cool to you? Would you tap or would you pass out or would you rather it be a pin? Like, I'm literally talking with the opponent for that stuff. So with this is literally to further our story as well. But at the end of the day, Tigris walks out with the belt. So it's like, hey, we're helping you. We want to make cool stuff and make these matches good, like you'd actually see in an actual wrestling promotion.
Yeah.
And like wins and losses matter. And this, I hope, in a backwards way, not that it wasn't intended as that, but I hope it ends up happening, that it elevates Tigris and the Road Warrior belt, no less. Considering what's going on with that and who she just beat, including Captain Charisma too.
Yeah. No, I think the Road Warrior title's in pretty good shape. It has been for a while, I think. Everybody that's, besides that Scott guy and that Tom guy. No, I'm just kidding. Overall, that belt, I think, is in very good shape as far as the title reigns and the history and the champions. Surprisingly, when I created this title that, a lot of people wanted, I didn't think with it being a fit on every single show, including house shows, I was like, oh my God, there's going to be a million title changes. It's going to be so devalued. But so many people have had good runs with this title. We've
just hit double digits for champions, I think.
With
Tigris. Was she, or am I?
We're at 15.
I'm thinking of the world title.
That's the world title, yes. World title, yes. We're at 15. Tigris is the 15th champion.
Still not bad.
And GMSG is the only 2-time champion, so we've had a total of 14 different people as champion. But yeah, I think it's actually the Road Warrior title is in pretty good shape right now as it stands. So yeah.
Now, Woody, do we have you back?
Yeah.
There he is. Good deal. Good deal. Okay, good. Glad nothing happened to you there, Chief.
Because you were about to say something well, and then I thought,
oh yeah, I don't even what was,
but it cut out.
Do you remember what you were gonna say?
I think I was gonna say something along the lines of we were talking about Tigris's reign, right?
Yes. That's right. I asked, what did you think about her reign so far? That's what it was.
For me, it's a little too early to call. But it's going good right now. I mean, you beat both of the outsiders. She beat both of the outsiders, and it can only go up from here, I guess.
Okay. All
right, we'll see. Even if it ends at Takeover, it was very strong. Is the good way to put it. It was like that. Nothing. nothing weak about that reign. So
yeah, so we'll see.
Better than mine.
There's a little bit of disagreement on her next opponent, but we'll get to that here in a minute. So, all right.
Working up, we got one of your boys. We got Bastion retaining the Top Block title. Hell in a Cell, I'm familiar with that, over the Dark Rider. Now, he won that back at
Super Showdown.
Super Showdown, thank you. He won a Battle Royal, got to pick his stipulation for this title match.
Yep.
He picked Hell in a Cell, and it was 98-92. And for those who don't recall, Hell in a Cell means your correct points are doubled, and your incorrect points are negatively doubled.
Yep.
So that's why you got 98-92 with a singles competitor match.
Yep. Yeah, super impressive scores, even with, the Hell in a Cell stuff going on. Because those can go either way. A lot of people think, oh, Hell in a Cell, they're going to have outrageous points. Not necessarily. Those you could have super low score with the negative, double negative going on. So it's it really depends on who's in it and how they do. So these guys both did a fantastic job. As far as the write-up goes, I wanted Dark Rider, who has been, rising through the ranks, and his whole stable in general, the Legends of New School, they are all doing a fantastic job. And I wanted to make him come out of this strong, looking strong. And I even think I put in their quote, like, he's going to make a great champion one day, something like that. He's been very consistently good in the JRPL almost since his debut, the very beginning. So I'm just happy the way this match came out. Personally biased, I'm really happy Bastion defended. And with this win, he has tied Super Hippo for the record for the most title defenses. So if he can defend it one more time, he will have the new record for the most successful title defenses for that Top Block title.
Now, Woody, my perspective on the whole Legends of New School, these guys are, like Bomber said, they're kind of all firing on cylinders. They've all got it working out. It's all going. I can tell you, as someone kind of running solo, saying, screw factions, that's a dangerous one. I'm wary of that one. It's like, oh, fuck. Encountering that would be a bad thing. And I'm looking at it from the literal aspect of dealing with 3 or 4 people at once. It's just like, shit. From your side, with the solution, knowing what was going on, but going into this, what's your opinion of that faction been being part of the faction of the solution for 2 years now, literally?
Well, I'll tell you that it's hard enough to do good on your own, but it's even harder for your whole faction to do good at the same time. And it's like that's what it's looking like over there. It's like they're all of them are firing on all cylinders. They're all good, and that's a scary thing. When everyone in that faction's doing good, that's a force to be reckoning with.
Now, Bomber, I mean, you're the man in charge, but you're also UVC. You're outnumbered by them technically, but what do you think of those guys, faction to faction? He almost had your boy.
He did a fantastic job, and you should have seen how worried Bastion was. Rightfully so. The Dark Rider is very, very good right now. Bastion was super sweating it going into this match. He was very worried, and rightfully so. And I think that he did a fantastic job. I think this is me being a little biased, but also I think realistic. I think the 2 best stables going on right now are the UVC and Legends of New School. Other people have success going on. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying I think the top 2 right now are the Legends of New School and UVC, and you have arguably 2 of the best coming out of both of those stables right here. I know Ash is in the main event, but Dark Rider has been doing very good himself. And Bastion, I'm not even gonna lie, Bastion's doing better than me. Bastion's doing better than Jut. Who, by the way, no-showed this event. I swear. It was unfortunate. It got busy again. I won't go into all of it, but everything was playing out for him to show up. He just didn't get there. So,
can I make a funny observational comment about how, when the Shield was going, people thought Big Roman to be the star or Talkative Dean to be the star, and then Seth Rollins comes along and just kind of steals the show and becomes the main guy.
Mm-hmm.
As your boy Bastion, Seth Rollins' avatar right there. That's interesting. That's kind of a funny parallel that happened.
I am not
saying you guys are weak, but that's just cool that he's been able to be that consistent.
Oh yeah,
just like Seth.
He's been doing I'm not trying to jinx him, but if there's anybody right now in the JRPL that's a front runner for Superstar of the Year, it's I don't think there's even a close second at the moment. There's a lot of time left till the end of the year, and I hope I probably did just jinx my boy, but Bastion is killing it, and I'm not trying to be biased. I'm trying to be realistic. I know there's a little bit of bias in there, but I think he is definitely the front runner as of right now for Superstar of the Year. So I think he's the guy to beat if you're trying to get that goal. If anybody's trying to get that award, I think that's the guy that you got to beat right now. And people are, oh, he's getting these match of the nights because he's a top block champion, all this kind of stuff. Well, guess what? Beat him. Am I right on that? If you're mad that he's getting these match of the nights because of the top block, stipulation, beat him and take the title away, then you can get those things.
How many defenses does he have?
This is his 6th defense.
So that means that 6 people could have tried and haven't been able to pull it off.
Yes,
with the same rule set he has.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm with you. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, he's just on a tear. And as far as I wanted this Hell in a Cell, by the way, when I did the write-up, there wasn't a whole lot of special moments in this write-up, but I will say I wanted to make sure they stayed held within the cell, because you don't always see that in Hell in a Cell matches. I wanted to make sure these guys stayed confined in the cell and they didn't go to the top or they didn't go through the side or anything like that. They stayed in the cell.
Yeah, dude, mine with red went everywhere.
Oh yeah, so yours, yeah, you had to. Your ring wasn't even built in yours.
We had no ring. Yeah, great. But no, I Superstar of the Year. Okay.
At the moment,
I know who I'm gunning for.
There you go.
Because I have had success, but it happened later. So like I want to say I can make a claim for it, but it's like, yeah, he's above me though.
There's still like 5 or 6 months, man. There's still plenty of time.
See what happened? Yeah. Well, I like it. But go ahead.
I was gonna say since we're talking at the top block thing, I've noticed, and Bomber might already know what I'm trying to get at this here, but I've noticed a lot more in the regular chat that people are questioning the how the top block is applied to match of the night.
We already talked about that.
Oh yeah. Well, I think he might have got cut off at the end of that. We did discuss that on the last episode of WoodYaTalk, but it might have been after you got.
No, but you literally just mentioned it here too, where it's the points how it works. So all the competitors, the challengers, have that same thing, and he's just outdone it 6 times now over everybody else.
Yeah.
Top block title's always going to get match of the night contention. So will the Hell in a Cell or anything like that.
Yes, that is 100%, not 100% chance. It is a very better chance. I can't even speak properly now. There is a better chance to get match of the night in the top block title match. That's just statistically how it is. And I think that makes that title unique, and it has that, back in the day, the Intercontinental title was usually your match of the night. Usually. That's kind of how it was back in the day. In the real WWE and all that kind of stuff. You had, Kurt Hennig, you had, Shawn Michaels, you had these guys having these fantastic matches, and it usually was match of the night. The vision on the top block title is basically that Intercontinental type title, that number 2 title, where it gives people a better chance on getting that match of the night.
And when you're talking stipulation matches like a Hell in a Cell and stuff, like you can look back at King of the Ring 98 and there was probably better wrestling matches that were wrestled, but everybody remembers the Hell in a Cell. It's the spectacle that adds to the points, and that becomes the match of the night in that aspect.
Definitely.
But still, that didn't stop Fart Bucket and UBC from getting it on a tag match.
That's right.
A couple weeks ago.
And by the way, tag matches are much harder to win than any other type of match.
Because you got to have all together.
4 people. Yeah.
Trust me, I've not gotten it yet, and part of me wants to get it without having top block involved, because that's I almost like I don't want it that way.
Yeah,
but I do. So it's like whatever. But I've had Hell in a Cell, didn't get it. I've had stipulations where points are fiddled with, didn't get it. It's just what it is. I guarantee you, I would probably have a top block title reign with 5 defenses and still not get it. It just feels like it's not meant to be. It's a matter of spectacle, either from top block being a work rate title, which means the matches have that element added to it, and therefore the points have the thing, or the stipulations cause whatever, and they get jacked up or whatever it is. That's just the idea behind it. So it's weird how match of the night is almost a bit kayfabe in that way when it's purely point based, but that is the thought process.
And if anything, back in the day, the match of the night was more kayfabe than anything, because there were
Yeah.
matches back then that I was picking for, like, before there was the setup, the rules that we go by now, where if there was a match that was like, oh man, this write-up was really good, this is going to be match of the night, or these guys, they're going to be in a really big main event, we're going to make this match of the night. That's how it used to be. Before, back in the day, it was more kayfabe than it is now. It's almost statistically based on who gets match of the night. And I see Vitamin Yes made a comment. He says, but the title didn't make matches match of the night, the wrestlers did. Yeah, but that's more of like a real life kind of situation.
I can almost go both ways on that, because they did, but the wrestlers were wrestling for that title in many ways. Like in a lot of cases, the title elevated the star because the star elevated the title, and other stars were elevated to it.
Yeah.
And then again, it's all easier said than done, because you still get your Ultimate Warriors in there who bring a different kind of excitement to it compared to other stuff, right? So it's
we have.
I think this just goes back to it. There's never going to be able to way to please everybody.
That is true. And Tommy Oliver, shout out by the way, who's in the chat right now.
Hey!
Stipulations being involved in match of the night never made sense to me. That's what he says. Again, like you said, it's a unique thing that is in the JRPL. Almost like a feature or a special attraction type deal. That top block title match, and just exactly like Scott said, you're not really going to have anybody super on board no matter what we do. So here's one way to look at it. Say there's some flukish instance where it's only based on the points, and it's the top point getter is like superstar of the night kind of thing, right? And that person manages to get all these awesome points, but still somehow loses their match. They're still the best one of the night? No, no one would really agree with that. Even though they had the most points, they still lost their tag match or ladder match or whatever it is, right? Like, because they didn't get 5 in a row. Sure.
Well, now what do you do? They didn't win, but they still had the best performance. We got to find another way. So we're literally just circumventing that out of the gate.
Yeah.
In that sense,
it's a system that is in place that isn't going. It's a system that's not going to be perfect, but it's a system that is in place to make the top block title stand out, and I think that is successful. That title stands out. It has a unique factor to it. The Road Warrior title is unique in the fact that it's defended on every single show. The World is unique is that it is the top title. The UVC is unique because it has to have a stipulation in place for that title. The tag team titles, not as unique as just, 2 people have it, so it's always at least a tag match. Each title, if you look down every title, they all have their own unique I guess attributes. I don't know if that's the right word, but each unique
I was going to say
trait.
reason to exist, but yeah, no, same idea. Yeah,
each one has its own unique thing, and that is just the top block title. It's just, it's just that's what makes it stand out. So, I hope. I know that's not going to make everybody happy, but that's.
It's not to say like that's how it's going to be forever, because we might find a better way. Be like, you know what, and this is what it is going forward.
That's
because we talked about this last time. It's not fair to go back and change it all. It'd be like, you know what, you didn't have match of the night, you did instead. That's what the rules were then. That's how it was then. Now it's this, and going forward it's this. And yeah, cool, you did awesome, but this is what it is now. So,
but yeah, so. And I know this will always be a discussion. People always bring this up.
Yeah,
and like if what you said. If we do change something in the future as far as match of the nights go, you'll have different people not liking that, and you'll have them saying why don't we do it the way it was before? So either way, it's gonna.
So Woody,
yeah,
what do you think of the different titles? Because I mean, hey, you were Canadian champion. That's got to be Canada only. That was their official title gimmick too, right?
Yeah.
So like, I know you like the stipulations, you like the ideas. Do you have the same feelings toward the titles? Or a different attitude toward that kind of stuff?
I see both sides of the spectrum here. Like I get why people don't like that rule.
I agree.
I get it.
Oh yeah.
And like it's disheartening sometimes too. Whenever you get the second place to match of the night, and then the top block takes it to where if they weren't in that, then you would have got it. Like that's disheartening. I get it, but at the same time, this rule's been there, and it's different. It's unique. That's what makes the top block title unique. I like that, but I see both sides of the spectrum here.
And I guess, Bomber, the perspective we have is it's not that we don't see that side of the argument. It's just that's not the one we agree with, which I know is like, oh, this idea is bad. It's not even that either. It's just like, I get it both sides, but here's our rationale behind this. And I mean, it's your decision at the end of it. But at the same time, I get it. Like, it's supposed to be stipulation-y. It's like, you think back, and yeah, Hogan and Andre was the big moment, but Savage and Steamboat was a perfect classic. That's the match of the night. That's the one that stood out. That was for that title. That was the idea there. Mm-hmm. So that's the way I kind of see that. So it helped elevate it. But yeah, your boy won. It's a matter of time. Give me a shot at him. I'll see what I can do. I can't beat your guys. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But speaking of champions and a title change happening, we got some low scores here. You'll talk about that in a second. We had the world title. Ash is now a 2-time champion, defeating Tino 7-6. It's an Iron Man match, and that's going to be the reasoning there. Before we even go any further, I'll mention that we now have had 6 different people hold the world title. 2 of them have held it twice.
That's interesting.
And these 2 are the 2 most recent.
Yep, I got to update the graphic too. By the way, I haven't really updated anything since the show, so I got to update the graphic. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a lot of fun. I like when you brought that up on the last show. I didn't even know that. That's to me that's fun. Some people might not care about that, but I like that little detail. Yeah, these 2 guys. Ash has been somewhat under the radar, I think, for a while. He hasn't necessarily been, like up front in the JRPL, but I really like how hard he is working on coming up with his story and caring about the Legends of New School. He has been that write-up that you saw, which it was a monster of a write-up and a very good write-up too, I believe, in my opinion anyway. That was all him. That he wanted to do his write-up, and the match before, what match? One of his last matches. I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact one on the second, but he did the full write-up for that, and that was very good as well. Ash, who he's always been, I believe he is an original. He has been in the JRPL since the beginning. Really hasn't been as vocal until recently. Even when he won his first world title against you, Woody, he wasn't very vocal, and he is now coming out on the Discord, messaging me, doing promos and, getting a group of guys around him. He is doing fantastic stuff right now. I think this is definitely Ash at his peak right now. And it's interesting in the chat when we were talking about, Bastion for possible Superstar of the Year frontrunner. People in the chat are saying they believe Ash is the Superstar of the Year frontrunner right now.
I agree on that. He made a late case last year with the best of 5 in the world title win. So it was almost too late in the year to really make it, but then he just, kept that going, and now he's a 2-time champ.
Yep. With
the stable behind him, too. It's definitely an argument to be made there for that, I think.
You know what? That is the perfect point. We were just talking about how he's being more vocal and getting more involved in things. If you wanted to pinpoint it, that best of 5 series is the start of Ash's main part of his career, I think. From that moment, that best of 5 series, all the way up to this point, he's just been going up, straight, all the way to right now, where he's a 2-time world champion.
And it's I can say it was fun because Red and I had the tag match with and CT, and they won. But we were working on a match back and forth, and we CT, Red and I were going on and on and on about something, and Ash is like, "What's going on in here? Oh wow, that's a lot of. Oh, you guys wrote a lot." I'm like, "Yeah, scroll up, you'll get caught up." Mm-hmm. So we kind of suddenly avalanched him in with info. I don't know if it worked, but now he's running wild with it. So there you go.
Yeah, no, he's killing it right now, man. He really is, and I definitely agree that he is. I still think Bastion's a little bit above him right now, as far as my personal opinion. But those 2 guys, he would be definitely number 2 in my eyes. He's doing fantastic right now.
We got Night of Champions or Clash of Champions coming up, and you had the world title and Top Log go against each other before. So hey,
who knows? That could be a big moment.
It's going to hold on until September or October. Or
I was about to say, we'll see coming up if they're going to defend those titles at SummerSlam. But yeah,
but that could be fun because you did that last year with the 2 title holders.
Sure.
So.
And Bastion just had that recently with Tino at a Stomping Grounds, and he beat Tino. So, So there you go. But so let's get into this match. What do you? First of all, I guess we'll go Woody. what were your thoughts on Ash becoming a 2-time champion?
For me, like you mentioned earlier, for me, Ash has always been kind of like a sleeper pick since the beginning. Like I didn't really notice him until he got the first title win. But like you said, he kept going up and up and up and up, and now he's to this point of where he might be, if he keeps going at this rate, he could very well become one of it's too early to say, but he could be one of the best world champs we've seen if he keeps going up from
Whoa.
here. Yeah, whoa indeed.
No, I will say the path he took to get this title, wanting to deny himself of title opportunities to hold it off longer and longer and longer to get to this point, that's crazy. Nobody would,
dude.
That's crazy stuff.
I'm shaking my head at that because I've never even had a shot at a contendership match.
Yeah,
for a shot, and it not only did he do that, but his bluff worked.
Yeah,
and he's the champ again.
Now, yeah, if he would have came in and lost to Tino, I still love the story, love what he's doing with his character and stuff. But it wouldn't have been as impactful. Yes, it still would have been great. I do believe that, but it wouldn't have been as great as him, winning here. So,
oh yeah, the right guy won in that sense.
In the storyline, yeah.
The story went the way it should have. Like me beating Red, it's like you gotta win.
Exactly. Like if Red would have won that would have been, you would have had that feel good moment that we got here. And I guess let's go into the match real quick. This was an Iron Man match, so every match you get correct, you get 1 point. Your confidence points do not matter as far as your final score. Unfortunately, Tino duplicated points. So, now in the end, yes, that wouldn't have mattered as far as his point score. But whenever the rules state if you duplicate your points, I believe he duplicated his number 5. He put 5 points on one match and put 5 points on another match. That first match that takes place counts. The other match it's almost like it's thrown out. Like, the rules we have thrown out. So that's what happened. Now, he got that match right, and it would have been a 7-7. But the rules that I completely even forgot about my own rules when I wrote them. You cannot tie in a Iron Man match. There are rules that prevent it from ever being a tie, and I didn't even realize that when I was doing the JRPL PL, which is one of the prediction leagues of the prediction league that we have going on in Discord. And either way, even if it was a 7-7, Tino would have lost. The way the ruling goes, I think it says the highest match you get incorrect loses. I have to see the exact wording, but that it's there's a little intricate detail in there like that to prevent a tie. So either way, even though he duplicated his points, Tino would have lost. So I wanted to point that out for those that didn't even know he duplicated his points. Tino would have lost the world title regardless of those duplicated confidence points. So yeah, I just want to throw that out there. But fantastic writer from Ash. He did a very good job. And the very end, I had a lot of discussion with him on where we're going with his character in the world title, contention after this, leading into SummerSlam. And we ended up going with the feel good moment at the end of this show. We could have, built towards, we could have had, something happen at the end of this show to help build, the future, but we decided to go with the feel good moment that he wanted for his character, for the story. And I think I didn't pitch that idea, but he pitched that idea to me. And I think in the end, that was the right idea. What do you guys think on that? Do you guys think the way it ended with the feel good moment, do you think that was good? Or do you think shenanigans happening afterwards would have, soured the moment? Or do you think that may have made it better? What do you guys think? I guess, Scott, you can go first.
Personally, you got to have those normal moments now and then. As much as I love chaining one story to another, and that's what I've been doing for about a year straight, every now and then you just need to have it end with the hero with his arm raised. And you kind of got to do that because wait 2 weeks, there'll be another one. I literally had my hero moment at the top of WrestleMania and still got hanged by Lee. So
That's
I'm all for having the bad happen as well. With the the shenanigans are good too, but there's something about getting the world title back and like it's almost like the story just got paid off, just don't do this. Paid off, and go send the fans home happy. If the desire was to get the next one over crazy good, yeah, you come out and have that person ruin it, and you have them steal the show. But I think there's time and place for it, and I don't think it was time here. I don't think it would have caused any problem when it still would have been good, and we would have been praising that if that was the way we went. But I like to have just, you don't need fuckery every time, otherwise that's all you expect.
Oh, of course. That's what happened to WCW.
Exactly.
I agree. Wow, I almost said Scott. What do you think? Woody, what do you think?
I was going to be like, I still think this.
Yeah, Scott, why don't you just answer for me? I mean, okay, there's two ends on the spectrum here again. When Ash won the world title, it was a real good feel good moment. I think one of the lines was "By God, kid, climb up, make yourself famous," or something like that.
That was his line. Yes, correct. Yeah, he wanted that line in there. Yep.
So and then he had the whole feel good moment, him winning it and everything, which is nice. And then again, he won it again, and he had it again, which is a bit mundane for my taste, like it happening again like that. But then again, he did win it back, and that feel good moment makes sense. But sometimes you gotta build to the future. I don't know. I'm really mixed on it.
Yeah, that is true. His very first title win against you was it also the same deal. It was a clean finish, clean win, no shenanigans, just a straight win. And yeah, we went with the same route here. I don't know. I guess it's really for everybody out there to decide on your own. I guess read the write-up, see what you like, see if you liked it, see if you didn't like it. I personally liked it, but doesn't say that's right.
I mean, I liked it. It's just, it's just little things. I did like it though. I did.
Yep. So there you go. Scott, anything else for the main event here?
No. I like how it suddenly throws everything into chaos, where the World Championship changed hands before the SummerSlam weekend.
Yeah.
That's always fun too. It's like, oh, now what?
Yep.
Oh shit. So
yeah. Again, overall, I think this was, like, in my opinion, fantastic show. I liked it from top to bottom. Even the undercard, we had some really good stuff in there. We have the new guys getting wins, the new guys build momentum, stuff like that. One of my new favorite people to, I wouldn't say write for, but I don't know if you've noticed, but I have a lot of fun with Sax Blues. I haven't really talked to him in person yet, but just him picking Luchasaurus, he just has, this unique look, and I'm like, I want to have a lot of fun with him. So I'm always writing him. He's like this bigger monster type deal because he came out during the Regulators came out during the show and claimed they wanted to be the number one contenders because they beat the UVC in a tag match on a house show, by the way, which doesn't hold much merit there. But they wanted to claim that, which led into a story that we're going to be talking about here in a little bit. But I'm just having a lot of fun with the Sax Blues character. And as far as the newer guys, I'm liking him quite a bit there. Not saying the other guys aren't good. I'm just saying I'm having a lot of fun writing him. So. But yeah, you guys want to talk about the upcoming shows real quick?
I guess we can talk about the Toronto shows.
Might as well.
Good.
Might as well.
Yeah. We're gonna come home to Toronto. Damn right. We knew about this for a year. And Woody, it could have been me and you for the Canadian title, but you had to lose in the parking lot.
Yep.
Fucking bullshit. Stupid.
Parking lot. It was.
That was a fun.
It was outside.
It was. It was.
Yeah,
awesome.
it was outside the park. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
The moment that write-up came out, I was like, why wasn't I doing that? Why didn't I just have matches take place in Canada? Because fuck it. Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, no, that was a good idea for that to have. You know what? We're not in Canada, but have it happen remote in Canada. I had I don't remember whose idea. I think that was yours, Woody, that came up with that idea. But
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun writing that match. Just cars flying in the snow and stuff, and like it was just a lot of fun. And I don't even know if it was snow in Canada at the time. But I picture Canada, I picture snow, guys. So.
Oh yeah, no, there was. That was Homecoming, I think. It was fucking January. Of course there is.
Oh yeah, there you go.
The funny thing about that too was I took the attitude of my character would be like, well, I don't want to have it there. I want to be at the event in Canada. Was the attitude. Like, I want to be there. Rebellion, SummerSlam, TakeOver. Like, it's got to be, like, the show has to be there for me. That's what matters. And now the title's got a life of its own. It's fun.
Yep. All right.
But at TakeOver has to happen first.
Yeah, we'll just go through the main card. Some of the matches will be quick. We'll briefly talk about them, but yeah. So.
Well, I was just going to point out that we have another open challenge on the undercard. I got Cassius with an open challenge. I saw that.
Yes. Okay.
Open challenge. Are we going to have an open challenge championship at this fucking point?
Okay. Let me. Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't plan on talking about this. I actually had a discussion with somebody today. Oh, I'll just tell you, it was Luke Gray. We had a discussion about wanting to do something at SummerSlam, and he wanted to do something that's already been done before. And I have no problem doing things that have already been done before. I mean, we've have that happens unfortunately too often, and I think the biggest offender of this is the open challenge. It's an easy way to get some type of story out of it. I'll say that. And I don't want to say it's the lazy man's way of getting a story out there, but I think it's becoming overdone a little bit. I know 3J Platinum has kind of made it his thing. It's kind of his gimmick at this point. It's he calls it the Platinum Challenge and stuff like that. So that's more of kind of his gimmick. I don't think I think Warden was the very first person to issue an open challenge, but
he did, yeah, because he got 18 people addressed.
Yeah, of course.
It was amazing. He was like, "Oh God, how many people?" When he saw the write up, like, "Oh no."
Yeah, he's like, "I want an open challenge." I was like, "Okay," and then everyone that wanted in it, I was like, "I'll give you every one of these people."
Yeah.
So it almost got to the point where I even made a joke in the Discord, like, "Okay, well, whoever decides to do an open challenge on this show, I'll just put you guys in a match against each other." Because
that almost happened. Yeah,
we have been getting so many as of late. So I hate to be that guy. I want people to do what they want to do, but we're going to have to tone down these open challenges. It's too unrealistic every single show, almost at this point, to come out and be like, "I'm issuing an open challenge. Somebody come out here."
Well, there's been some fun ones, like when
there have been
someone who had an open challenge and no one answered. So when you came out, you answered it,
and then I lost. Yeah, it was 3J.
I forget. Yeah, that was 3J. No, I was gonna say, with the open challenges being what they are, like Cassius doing one, he's a new guy, which kind of makes sense for the newer guy to be like, "I'll fucking do this too."
Yeah.
For Bear Me to be like the open bar challenge, okay, that's gimmick.
That's unique. Okay, yeah, that was different.
I'm all right with that. Yeah. And 3J, it's his gimmick. So for others to do it, it's like, dude, that's his thing. What are you doing?
Yeah. So
like, don't take it from him. Do something different. Like if it's like, okay, it's gonna be a submission challenge. Okay, like the Master Lock challenge. Do something like that. It's the same idea, and you can get someone like accepting your challenge of this.
Yeah.
But the open challenge, I don't agree. It's not lazy, but it's just become way too prevalent.
Yeah, it's a little too often. And Cassius is so new that I kind of, unfortunately, I feel like I just feel bad going, "No, we've had too many of these."
Yeah. No, I honestly, you can work that in to be like, "Oh, it's another one." Like he doesn't.
Yeah.
Character-wise, that could be fun in the write-up, actually.
So I am going to grant him this, open challenge for this show. But everybody listening, just know that we are going to tone down the open challenges. I don't want to be the bad guy, but I'm going to have to be the bad guy in some of these and be like, "Look, we just had an open challenge on the last show. We can't have another one here." Or there's somebody playing one in the next show. You can't have one here. It's just going to have to be
It's more fun to try to actually get a storyline going.
Yes.
You can have something come out of this, absolutely, and you get some stuff out, but
yeah,
it's Platinum's gimmick, for crying out loud. So it's like you're kind of stepping on his toes.
Yeah, and you know what? He started throwing them out every show almost, and it was a little like, okay, here we go. But it has turned into his gimmick, so I am not as opposed to him doing it anymore. So whenever he wants to do them, it's more of his gimmick now. So I don't want someone to be like, "Oh, well, you're letting him do it still." That's more of like, it's turned into his gimmick. He's done it for a while. So and he's even formed a team from it. So
yeah.
There you go. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I wasn't really going to go through much of the undercard otherwise, but I will mention that Lee and I are on the undercard. We're going to give some other talent this showcase at TakeOver. Lee's got Oni, and I have the Finn, which scares the fuck out of me.
Yeah,
Finn's dangerous as shit.
That normally
you got me main eventing the kickoff with that.
That would normally be on the main show, but yes, we are trying to get a little bit of what I envision. As I told you, I don't know if everybody heard this or not, or read this, but I wanted to have Lee and Scott have a moment on the main card, but not a match. I want there to be some kind of segment that's going to take place in the write-up, but I don't want them to appear on a match. Kind of, the next night they're in the main event, so you don't want to have the night before they're shown like in a main match, like in a big match. So that was the idea.
We shouldn't take up 2 of the 10 matches when we're literally going to main event the next one, when we don't need 2 of the 10 matches. We can have a segment and still have 2 more matches for others.
Yeah,
I'm absolutely cool with that. That's plus Lee and I was thinking like we got to have some kind of like pull apart brawl or some dastardly stuff. And when I told him that, he's like, "Oh yeah, I got an idea." So the villain's cooking shit up. It's gonna be nasty, I think, at TakeOver.
Good.
Because even for our story, like even with what I'm doing, it's if you watch my video promos and stuff, I'm not out for blood, but he is. So like, what could happen at TakeOver? We got to have something where it's like, all right, no, this is it. It's tomorrow. It's one more day. So yeah, that's a perfect segment to have on there. But I still got the fucking Finn.
Yeah, you still got a hard match.
God damn it. Also, I did end up creating a match for the event because I joked about it with Luke Gray, and he ran with it. So you can blame me for this.
Oh,
in a hardcore street fight match.
Yeah, I was wondering what you're talking about there. I
was like, you got like, have you had a street fight yet? And he's like, no, I gotta have one in Canada. So yeah, 3J Platinum. Speaking of. Versus Luke Gray in a hardcore street fight match.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that's going to open the show. So we'll see. Yeah. And those 2 are tied up in a little feud that just kind of started, and that's going to carry over into SummerSlam the next night. They're going to be in a tag match against each other that we'll talk about. But yeah, that should be a good opening match to start the show. I think should be some interesting stuff to come from that.
And I even joked about having, like, if it was a Canadian one, if I was calling it would be a Dundas and Yonge street fight, because those are the 2 main streets in Toronto. Dundas
I was about to
Street
say, I don't know what that is. Okay.
Yeah, the Yonge Street.
That's
it's actually
Yonge,
not like Eric Young, but it's Yonge.
Oh.
Yeah, but it would be like a Dundas and Yonge street fight, because it's Canadians. We got to name shit goofy, like the Saskatchewan International title and things. So. If you need any streets for Toronto, let me know. I'll hook you up.
Okay. I like to do my research, so I might have to do that at some point.
It could be fun, actually, for that one, yeah. Oh, God, he's going to be able to get corn dogs from a vendor on the street.
Oh, God. Oh, don't give him the ideas. Oh, there it is. Oh, my God.
See, I try to help everybody.
Oh, man.
Woody, what do you think of this shit? I'm going to stop talking about it for a second.
Oh, he can pick up like ketchup and mustard from like the vendors nearby and just pull a Dean Ambrose.
No,
that's what he's gonna do.
There you go. So let's move on. We got Orstella versus Redhead.
Shit. Okay. Oh, I guess we'll get into this.
We're gonna talk about this.
Yeah, I guess we'll talk about this real quick. Okay, so, this was obviously not an original match on the show. It was originally going to be Redhead 12 versus Legit Boss 2K.
That's right. Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Now, fortunately for Orstella, who was not originally going to appear on the main card, who we just talked about doing a fantastic job, this puts him on the main card in a match against a top name opponent. So
it's one of those opportunities. Like literally, this could catapult huge.
And you know what he is. He's the ultimate opportunist, right?
Hey,
right. Oh, hey, Tino just joined. Hey, former champ in the house on the Twitch stream.
Tino.
How you doing there, Tino? So, yes, a little bit of controversy here, a little bit of behind the scenes that I'm going to fill you in on that went down that I'm going to be 100% honest on what we're going to talk about here. I was not a fan of it. I didn't like the way it went down, but... the match was booked originally Redhead versus Legit Boss, which I assume, in my eyes anyway, it made perfect sense. We got Redhead and Woody in a heated feud right now it makes perfect sense. The night before, Red would face Woody's partner. All that just sets up all kinds of things that can happen in that match and in that segment of the show. I see on Discord in the character chat, not private chat, in the character chat, Legit Boss, took a screen cap of the match and said, ha 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 ha. Hold on, let me get the exact quote.
What was it like? That's not going to work for me.
Ha 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 ha. Nope. Anyone else want a match for TakeOver? I'm free. And then after that, I received a message that said, bottom line, I won't go into direct. I don't want to go into direct, messages and stuff, but quotes. But I'm not doing that match. Bottom line. So Boss told me why he didn't want that match. He said that Woody can handle his own stuff. None of that at all means anything. Like, of course, Woody can hold his own. That has nothing to do with why Legit Boss was put in the match with Red. It's to help the story between Woody and Red. That's the whole point of this match. Yes, Boss, who doesn't have anything going on right now, is assisting in this story. But to come and say, as I quoted in Discord, the Hulk Hogan, pull the Hulk Hogan, that's not going to work for me, brother. Exact opposite of what I was talking about with you earlier, Scott, with you wanted to change a submission match to the hardcore falls count anywhere. Yeah. And there was a couple other people that wanted to change stories. And at Legit Boss is in the chat and saying it wasn't, but whatever. Okay. I don't want to go in and read the exact quotes, but I will say that this is not done like those were. This is not done to help the story that's going on. This happened, unfortunately, and it's gonna, I wouldn't say hurt the story, but it's not going to help the story. There was a lot that could have went into this and helped the Woody versus Redhead story, but now both of them are going to have a random match on the show, and I feel it's a little underwhelming that the night before one of our biggest shows, something like this took place. I want to get both of your guys' opinions from this as well, so I'm not the only one throwing out my opinion here. And we can read some of the chat if you guys want to.
No, because I want to get more perspective on this.
I have a feeling this is going to turn into I'm going to have to read the comments, so I don't want to do that, but we'll see. Yeah. I mean the direct verbiage, but.
Well, all I really saw was that, and I mean, if that's a gimmick case and the chat stuff was a Boss saying like Woody can handle his own stuff and didn't want to be a lackey in the story, I get that. I don't want to have a story either be what will be the word, railroaded into something that isn't according to plan, or on the flip side of that one, literally thrust into something that doesn't make sense for where I think I am. And I get that. If that's what Boss saw in that, fair enough. I will say this, and Woody, I love you, but sometimes you do get controlling in things. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but it's like, not every story needs that or this. And it was Bomber making the call in this one. I get that.
This was not Woody.
Yeah, so I'm not blaming Woody on that one, but I can easily see if Boss was coming from that side of it. It's like, no, I don't. Not everything has to tie together. The flip side of that is it literally is the day before, and it probably should tie together, but it doesn't have to. But it wouldn't be good if it did, because if the matches don't do it, a segment probably would anyway. So why not have it be the matches? So I do get both sides. I've literally, after I got the Trash Talker thing, had so many people saying we should do this here and here and here. I'm like, I got a story with Red. I got a story through Mania with Red. I can't do this one here. It's not going to work. Oh, but it'd be cool for this. No, it wouldn't work though. Not where it's going. It wouldn't work. So I get that side of it. Mm-hmm. But also, like I said, sometimes like this is the way to go. Okay, yeah, let's hear it out and hash it out and see what we can do. So I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think there's an easy answer, which I think is kind of the point. There isn't an easy answer. We might have differing opinions on this with the involved parties and everything, and that's unfortunate that there's not going to be this. Oh, of course, now I understand, and everyone's happy. No, obviously not. But this stuff's going to happen.
So, what are your thoughts, Woody? Because since it's more directly involves you, I want to hear what your thoughts on this.
True.
is.
Again, mine's a completely outside perspective.
And that's sometimes that's great. That's definitely good to hear that side, like someone that's not involved at all. But
okay. Well, it's a very very touchy subject. So
why is it touchy though? That's what I'm wondering. I don't see. This seems like it turned out to be a big deal when it like. I don't know how it turned out to be a big deal.
Yeah, if there's personal stuff, we're not looking for that, obviously. Like if there's disagreements and what.
It's nothing personal. I just feel like a lot will come out of this. Like I think a lot is already coming out of this, but I don't know. I'll just give my opinion. Okay. I get it. I get both sides here. Like, I get Boss not wanting to be shoehorn, not shoehorn. That's the wrong way to put it. I get Boss not wanting to be a part of this because it doesn't directly affect her character in sort of way. Like, I get that she wants to do her own thing and not feel like that all she's here for is to be a part of my story, which isn't the case at all. But I get that he might feel like that. I don't know if he does feel like that, but I get him thinking that he might feel like that. But at the same time, I don't think that was the right way to go about it. Like, I feel like he could have just talked about it more than what he did. I don't know. It's very there's two sides here. I don't know.
And I can kind of jump back on that because the idea of, if that's not going to work, but can we make it work? That's what I've tried to do with stuff too. It's like, what have I got? Okay, I'll fiddle with this. Or like I said, I've flat out been like, I don't like that. It's never been something to Bomber, funny enough. It's more been with others with story ideas back and forth, but I'm like, well, how about this though? And try to figure it out. Not saying Boss didn't do that, but that's kind of my perspective on it. With this though, with being the side part of it or the lackey part or shoehorned in, I know that's not the intent, but if I was in that position, I'd feel that way. Absolutely, it'd feel like that. I 100% understand that. So even if it's unintended, it feels it. It's like you're just part of someone else's story. But I'm going to quote a funny Kevin Nash story where he talked about his build-up with Undertaker, where he and Undertaker and Bret Hart all kind of had each other beating each other, but they cost each other the matches. And it was time for Bret to take the loss and Taker to cost him so Diesel would win. And he's like, I don't want to get beat because the people think that I got beat. And it's like, that's the idea. Like, I beat you, but he cost me. So that makes our fight better because it cost him. And he's like, I don't want to do it. And Undertaker set up and went, not everything has to be about you.
Mm-hmm.
And yet he still got his way. And I honestly understand Bret a lot more to the rest of it, even though the other part does help the overall story. So I'm like, I'm with that side of it where it's like, no, it damages me to a point I will not step down from my convictions on this. I don't like that. I don't want that. I 100% agree with that. Which is why I think there's no easy answer here, because then you end up in a situation where it's like, well, now what? And you end up with the match we've got, but I don't fault Boss at all for feeling that way or with what happens from it, because I understand and agree to an extent. Even it being explained doesn't change the fact of it's still the side part of the overall story. If it leads to something more later, okay, it's a means to an end. Gotcha. Maybe we can do something there. But if that was never actually shown and it was all just to further someone else's story and not their own, that might be the missing connectivity there. I may have overthought it too, but
okay. And just so Legit Boss is in the chat right now, so just want to read what Legit Boss saying, so it doesn't sound like we're just going out here without giving some side from Legit Boss. Boss says, I explained my side to Bomber. He could have pitched on a way to have it lead into my long-term story I told him it could play into. And then he also said, I would have done it if it could have been mixed into the long-term story, something I mentioned. Okay.
So that's literally kind of what I was thinking. So I don't know your dealings with Boss, but that's kind of what I was thinking.
I was listening. We had this discussion last night. Unfortunately, is while I was, gaming with some friends and stuff. So, I probably should have ignored it and, had fun with friends instead of, spoiling the mood a little bit. But
or one or the other at the time.
Yeah. But so okay. Anyway, I read through, what Boss was saying to me, and I don't see any long-term story. If you would like to send me the long-term story you were talking about, please do. There is, I don't see any. I see what you're. I don't want to I don't know if he wants me to say stuff about the story that. Basically, here's the thing. Basically, the stuff with the solution that's going on right now, the breakups and stuff. He mentioned stuff that belonged to that, but that's not necessarily what's happening here. This is something different that is affecting Woody right now. Legit Boss has no story going on right now besides being a part of the solution that is breaking up. So this is a way to get Legit Boss some more exposure as being Woody's partner. And there was no real thought as far as this is a match being an element to help a story with Red and Woody. Legit Boss, yes, is being thrown in as Woody's partner, as I'm sure if this was with anybody else, it would have been done the same exact way, and I don't think anyone would have had this problem. So I literally face off against Warden the next night. Yes, because Warden turned on. I don't know if you read maybe you didn't read the results. I don't know. But Warden turned on the solution and Beer Me Jesus. But there has never been any rift at all at any point between the Legit Boss and Woody team. Has there been, Woody? Have you guys done anything that has happened so far that I'm missing?
I don't think so.
So the idea was to have Boss fight Woody's enemy on TakeOver, and then to stand up for the solution at SummerSlam.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
The idea that you had for Boss was to face Woody's enemy, not necessarily solution enemy, but Woody's enemy.
Yeah, Woody's enemy
in Redhead, and then to stand up for the solution against Warden at SummerSlam.
Yes.
So I get that. I guess the idea there, if Boss doesn't like it, I mean, that's easy to put in the story too. It's like, I don't want to. I might be part of this, but I'm not doing your thing, and that literally becomes character, and can work that in. Like that's we don't have that gimmick right now. That could be awesome to pull that in if it fits the Sasha Banks Boss type thing.
And
that could be interesting too to do.
I would like Legit Boss to. If you don't want to, don't do it. But if you would explain to me what long-term story you mentioned, because going through what last night, I didn't see any long-term story you mentioned, and reading through it again, I still don't see a long-term story you mentioned. If you can message me and let me know what you're talking about, that would be good. I even mentioned in here, I when we had this talk, I was basically saying, so you would rather have a throwaway match on the pre-show than have a featured match involved in a story, and the answer was yes, because I'm not a part. I don't. Woody can do his own thing. I'm not a part of Woody's story. I could be looking at this the wrong way and stuff, but over time, I think if this, I know this is about to get into some super interesting stuff. I'll mess you now and I'll do it peacefully. Okay, that's good, I guess. It's all about being civil. There's no weird attacks or anything going on here. It's literally think of it this way: Dean Ambrose is trying to talk to Vince McMahon right now, and they're not making that connection right yet. They got to figure that out. I guess so, but in this thing, I said, okay, well, tell me what you want to do, and I got no response. I said, okay, this is the example of I don't want to do that. Okay, well, what do you want to do? No response. This is kind of This is kind of what was going on.
Well, Boss can get you the info, can fix that, and that this is a good peel behind the curtain for how this stuff can kind of work. Like I said, I've said this many, many times where we've got 60 people on the roster. Not everyone's going to get along. That is true, and it's simply going to be a personality mishmash.
And that's why I
but
think
there's ways to make it work, but
sure. And the thing is, this is like we're doing predictions and stuff. Like I don't understand how this is so. Like here's what I think. I'm just gonna just say it and be out there. If this wasn't Redhead 12, I don't think this would be an issue. If Woody was feuding with Jace Villain 13, like it was going to be planned, and this would be legit boss versus Jace Villain 13, and it's easy to say no, it wouldn't. There's been a lot of rift between legit boss and the blissful enigmas. In my personal opinion, I think this is more of a personal issue as it is another issue. And legit boss says in the chat, gonna be honest, the enigmas I don't like feuding with. And you're not necessarily feuding with it, you're assisting in a storyline of your partner.
That's fair. I mean, to clarify, and I guess that's it too. If it comes off, why do I have this match? Oh, it's a one-off for here. Okay. Mm-hmm. If it's not a long-term thing, one and done. So
yeah, it is
this honestly could be clearing the air, and that's good. Or it.
I know,
isn't.
And I tried.
And
I tried to discuss this last night. It did not go well. And it really, and the way things were handled afterwards, just the way things were handled, does not sit very well with me. So that is why this peeved me very, very bad. It's just the way it was handled. So, I mean, I don't really know where to go from here. We will see where we go. I know you don't like Red. I know you don't like the Enigma's legit boss. I know you don't like them, but we're doing like a prediction league. I didn't think it was like a, because even Woody, I was on Voice with him the other night, and I said, all right, I posted the card and I ran through it and I said Redhead's going to be facing legit boss, and I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, Woody. I'm just being honest here. He said, "Oh wow, that's gonna be a problem, or that's gonna be, what did you say? That's gonna be an issue, or that's gonna be a thing.
That's gonna be interesting." I think I said.
Yeah, and like immediately, and I didn't know how. Like I didn't know that there was like this thing. I don't want to face this person. The fact that that's even happening seems super immature and childish, and just, you know what I mean? I do. That's how I think this. To me, this is how I see it. I see this as more of a personal as opposed to a creative type deal. That's how I see it.
And that's entirely fair, because you can relate that back through wrestling history too, or just dealing with people in different workplaces. Sure. I don't know if I'd call it immature or childish. I get where you're coming from there, but the perspective I have is I could end up in a match with someone that I truly hate, and I don't have to actually wrestle them or talk to them at all. I'll post my part, they do theirs. Whatever happens. Like there literally doesn't have to be any interaction. It is better if you can do it. That's cool, and work with them. I've learned that, and Ash is learning that now to get stuff happening, but you literally just don't ever have to interact, and it's like, there you go. If you dislike the person that much where that's too much, fair enough. There might be cases where you guys,
I think you should say that then.
Yeah. Either you just have to swallow it and deal with it, or you make it clear and you go from there. I guess if it is simply a case of like, I don't like them, okay, well, you still got a match. Like that's the answer I would have had to that, if that's what I got.
And I've definitely been in a situation where I've been giving people a lot more, so here's the stuff in the chat. People are saying this has gone on too long. They're talking too long about this. Spring Tigers thinks I'm going about this the wrong way. I
just want to.
This is, by the way, Tiger, this is something that me and Boss did talk about privately. It totally is, but that's also the point of this show. Is to peel back the curtain. That's always been the point of this show. So
I agree. I want to move on, but at the same time, does anybody have any ideas for how to resolve something like this aside from, well, they're just not going to be happy? Because if everyone says we need to move on, exactly, we have no answer. We're literally talking about it right now, and no one has the easy. I mean, there you go. Like that's the point. That's why this is going to be.
I mean, with WoodYaTalk moving to that JRPL channel, I feel like we can spend more time than we would on little issues like.
I'll be honest. Little issues like this, or even like the specifics of this, I don't like that. This is a closed door kind of thing.
Yep.
But at the same time, for those who might not even be aware, this is happening. This is the kind of stuff, and that's not that's not me being like, oh, boo on Boss for that. Well, no, Bomber's just in as much of this as having whatever side he's got on it, and they're just not getting along. Or Red is not getting along. It's just what it is. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm like, oh, look, those people don't like each other. Well, shit, now what? Like, that's literally, oh, fuck.
Sure.
Okay, what do we do about it? It's not like, oh, well, he's wrong for not liking. No,
Well,
you could, if you want to be easy, both are wrong or neither are.
Well,
like, it's.
The bottom line is the match has been changed. They're both in a random match, and that's it. So
yes, the match you did accommodate to go for it. Again, if there's, I don't know, let's cover all the angles of it. If there's better ways to get across what your idea was to the people involved in it, Bomber, maybe that's something. Or if there's better ways to get their issues to you when they don't like something, aside from just I don't want to.
That's something for
them to take.
Not or nope.
Well, that was in character chat, no less. So it's like, okay, character. Cool.
Okay, that was.
I never even thought of that as legit, right? No, that's
cool. That was character chat, right?
Right. So I didn't even think of it. I'm like, okay, cool. That's cool for the character. Oh wait, that was legit.
Yeah, that's Boss's character. That's Boss's character. That's always been her character.
But at the same time, yeah. So like that's if it's simply a case of that. Okay, do that in character, and then it goes back and forth. There's levels of this that nobody else needs to know. And at the same time, if this helps figure it out for next time, cool. I'm all for that because yeah, we're not going to get along, but at the end of the day, like you said, we're just posting some pics, having some fun, trying to seeing what happens with the results, and we go from there. If I had a match with someone, I don't even want to name names, but there's someone that people know that I don't like. But if I had a match, okay, whatever. I got a match with them. Fair enough.
Exactly. But
yeah,
it's you.
You got that right.
But at the same time, that's me. That's my personality. That's how I would deal with it because I've dealt with certain things and had this. Doesn't mean everybody should react the same way or anybody's wrong for not dealing with it the same way. I get that. Some people just be like, fuck it, and not want any part of it. So fair enough. I understand that too.
Okay. So that's pretty much. I just wanted to bring that up. I know we went on long. Sorry if that was too long for you guys, but we're moving on here. So
yeah, Bomber, you.
Yep.
We're going right fucking into it. You got mod step.
Yep. Same. Almost exact same situation, kind of. Mod step just aligned with LJ, and I came out on the last show, so I'm now facing his, I'm facing his ally to help, Same scenario. This is stuff that, to build towards the match for me and to help build towards the match for me and LJ. Same scenario here in this match. So that's the reason behind this one.
Next up, we got Bear Me Jesus taking on Jace Villain 13, who is in the tournament finale. Don't forget the next night.
Yeah. Not really. This is one of those matches that there's no story. It's almost more of this should have been like a house show type match. I mean, it's a more interesting matchup we got Beer Me and Jace, but it's kind of more of like just a feature match. There's no Beer Me just messaged me and said he wants to face Jace. So yeah, I didn't really have
the names having a match.
Yeah, I really didn't have anything set for these guys for this show. Jace is kind of just ready for that, tournament of death finals the next night, and Beer Me is kind of he's also kind of in limbo. He just got turned on. He needs a match against a good opponent. So it should be a fun match. These guys should be good.
Next up, we have a tag match. Hermanos Hasta la Muerte, Peanut is my bitch 69, the Alpha Dog, and Chappers against Team No Chance, tag champs, Buckhand 5 and Lily Pilly, and the Canadian champ not defending in Toronto,
That's
Vitamin
correct.
Yes.
That is correct. I actually pitched that idea to Vitamin to try to maybe take an angle of, not want to do it the night before, almost saying like this show is not deserving the like almost kind of like shitting on, as he has been doing, shitting on Canada, kind of doing being the dirty, like I hate Canada type deal. Like you guys don't deserve it and stuff. I'll save it the next night on the bigger show, the match that matters, SummerSlam. I kind of pitched that to him and threw a couple names out there. And this overall this is almost just a showcase match. The Hermanos Hasta la Muerte, they have not. I don't think they've been in a trio match yet. So
I don't think so. No.
So that should be fun to see them for the first time group up against 3 members of Team No Chance. So we got the tag team champions and the Canadian champion there on a team together. And remember, Peanut is my bitch 69 and the Alpha Dog got a big tag team win on the last show. If they can beat the tag team champs here, I know it's a 6-man tag, but I'm just saying that could be pretty beneficial to their possible title chances. I'm just saying. So.
And I like that match. I also like seeing the avatars remastered luchadors there together. That's just a fun pick-based combination.
And in all honesty, I threw them together as a team all because they're luchadors. They look cool as a trio, like as a group. If there was somebody else with a luchador mask, I don't think we have one. We have a couple masks, but no luchadors. I probably would have threw them in there as well if they weren't like wrapped up in a story. So,
nice.
But
speaking of story, we have LJ facing the Warden.
Yes,
I want to just say right here, that not only is interesting because of where their characters are now, but because of what happened at WrestleMania and how this all started.
Yes, I think this was Warden messaged me and wanted this match. There's some bad blood here. Almost, if you want to point to what went wrong with, Warden, maybe how this whole solution problem started was when he went into that coma, and LJ was basically the guy that made it happen, or one of the guys that made it happen. I know Kate Gailey was involved as well, but yeah, this could be super personal for Warden here in this match. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens here. Like I said, I think he messaged me wanting this match. So,
and I like the idea that like you've got LJ the next night, obviously, but you've got Warden facing him the day before to soften him up, so to speak. Or can he? Because LJ is the one who combed him.
That too. So. Also, just backtracking just 1 second. Vitamin says, I don't remember him pitching anything about my character not defending the title at TakeOver.
So maybe you intended to, but never actually did and just did it?
Oh, no. Let's see. Where did I... I'm pretty sure I did. Oh, here you go. Here's the quote. I have a weird thing where I don't like to say exact quotes of private messages. I don't know. I mean, that's just my thing. I basically asked, what are your thoughts on not defending the title? And then I gave it like a list of a bunch of people and thought, what would you like to do here and stuff? And he picked like from a group of the people there. But yeah, I'm looking at it right here in the chat, our private thing between each other. But sorry, just moving on. I just bring up some quotes as they pop up.
Next up is a match that I know you said you had a comment on. The Road Warrior title. Spring Tigress defends against Wookie.
Yeah, this is pretty much Wookie just got a big win over Bomber. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not.
Bomber's a name. You've heard of him.
Yeah, so talk about a monster win there for Wookie. And he's been the former Road Warrior champion before. Looking down the card, I was trying to see, who should be getting this Road Warrior title match. And I think just almost based off of that big win alone, he needs to be shot into a decent sized match leading into, SummerSlam weekend. So out of everybody I was going through, there was, I think, 3 names that I was thinking about throwing into this match with Spring Tigress. I'll tell you them right now. One of them was Wookie. The other one was Orstella, but as I already talked about, Orstella can't really depend on showing at all these shows. Kind of nixed him from the idea. And the other one was Junction, who's been doing a pretty decent job, and I can rely on to show up on all these shows. But Junction is in another match that we're going to talk about later that was pitched, I think, by CT Martin. So Wookie falls into this match by default. And I know there was comments and stuff, as usual, people saying certain people shouldn't get title opportunities or aren't deserving of certain title opportunities. But I think Wookie, based off of that solid win alone, should be getting a high-profile match. But yeah, and we already talked about on the last episode how hard it is to book Road Warrior title matches. So either way, I think this is a good match. But I guess I'll ask you guys. What do you guys think? Scott, we'll go with you first.
If Wookie doesn't belong there, then Tigress is going to be.
Hey, I mean, that's always a way to look at it. If he doesn't belong there, Tigress should win then.
I like him getting the shot. Trust me, as a guy who's had one singles title shot ever and won it, and then lost it on the next one. Hey, it's all it takes is one. You never know. Give an opportunity. Team No Chance, 2-time tag champs. They don't. Not saying they don't deserve it, but they called themselves Team No Chance.
Yep.
So it's like, come on. So yeah, I mean, if he wins it, I mean, he's had it before, like you said, or he's been in the talk for it. Cool. If it was too much too soon, he's going to lose, and Tigress goes to SummerSlam.
That's true. What are your thoughts on it, Woody?
Well, Wookie just had that big win over you. So I think this, I think he deserves it. I think he deserves it. He got a big win lately. There's not really a big front runner for the Road Warrior title.
That's true.
I think that win just catapulted him there.
That's true.
And I think the Road Warrior title, like I know you've always said before, like it comes up on NXT. Who's good at NXT shows and give them a shot? That's one way. But also, really, one win can get you a Road Warrior shot. And should it work that way? Nah, but it does sometimes. Like the logistics of it is going to be, here you go. So
yeah, with this title, this title, just like every other title, there's unique aspects to each title. And this one, it does make it hard to book matches, and sometimes people aren't going to like every single opponent that is put in these title matches. But just like if they shouldn't be there, then they shouldn't win.
I will say that I think Luke is edging into title contention for that very title.
That could be a. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. What do you think, Scott? You agree with that?
I agree with that. Yeah, he just needs a couple more to really be consistent.
Yeah.
I know that flies in the face of what I just said, but he's gotten a big win. It was the tag win. It's like, oh, there's one.
Isn't he undefeated at house shows though, or
Yes.
undefeated somewhere?
He is. He really is. So
He
gets the title shot at All Out.
That's a possibility. That is a possibility. I don't know. I think he maybe said he had plans, but we'll see. Who knows? There's there's all kinds of things going on. But yeah, I do agree.
Yeah, he
is definitely worthy of getting a title shot at some point in time soon. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Next up, Woody, you'll have to fill me in on this one. I got two blank names. It says here, whichever representative wins, that person gets to pick a stipulation for SummerSlam. Redhead's representative versus Woody's representative. So, I mean, you want to talk about being part of someone's storyline? There's a shenanigans match here.
Yep.
Yeah. Who's going to win, left or right? I don't.
Yeah, might as well have Woody describe. Yeah, because Woody came to me like 3 or 4 days ago pitching this idea. So yeah, what are your thought process on this one, Woody?
Well, I knew it was going to be me and Red at SummerSlam, and I knew that there'd be some kind of stipulation, but I didn't know how to go about just randomly picking one. So I didn't want that. I wanted something where we would win that stipulation. So I was thinking of maybe a pick your poison match or something, but I don't know how that's going to work. So then I settled on this. I'm like, oh, this is different. This is something new. Why not do this?
So that's such a telling thing that you said there too. There had to be a stipulation. The devil's advocate there is no, there didn't. Not for the first one-on-one. Not for Woody versus Red.
I mean, for how. Okay.
For your characters, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm over.
For how personal it's been, because it's me and Red's been way back, since AK. So for me and Red, I feel since it's that personal, I feel there has to be some kind of stipulation for our story.
You're saying that Lee and I isn't personal? All right, okay.
Yeah, it's not. sorry, bud.
It's a different kind of thing because Redhead goes with their fucking sawzall and shit, and you're doing it on the.
It's true.
Yeah, I get it. It's a different level.
It doesn't have to be a stipulation.
It's how you guys handle things. So I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean,
there doesn't have to be one.
Yeah, well, Redhead, Redhead's character is a character with the Sawzall, with all kinds of history of violence and blood and stuff. So I can see how that character could warrant a stipulation match. So I can see where you're going with that one.
I'm on board with that. Yeah, I get that now. Now that I think of that, it's of course something like that. Something's got to give. So let's just go all out. So, okay, that's interesting. So yeah, so that's a match. Woody, who do you think is going to win? Probably the person you pick.
I hope. I will say I'm going an unconventional method of who I'm going to pick.
Do you have your pick?
I do. I don't. Well,
yeah.
No, you don't.
tell me
No,
who
if
it is,
you're like,
Bomber.
maybe. No, you don't.
Don't. Yeah,
No,
don't.
no, I do.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't
I
give it
do.
out. It's a surprise for the show, right?
It
like,
is a
don't tell
surprise.
him.
But I was gonna ask, did Red tell you who? Like, does Red have his person picked out?
Yes, Red does have his person picked out, and
So okay, both are picked. Okay.
and they do not. I will say this: neither one of them know who the other one picked. So Red
Oh, that's
doesn't
fun.
know who Woody picked, and Woody does not know who Red picked. So, and those people who were selected do not know who they're going against. So it is definitely a wild card type match scenario coming into this show here. So it'll be interesting. We'll see how it goes.
That's a weird one.
Yeah.
Little more conventional. We got the Eloquent Enigmas, CT and Junction, versus the classic UVC tandem of Judge at 9 and Bastion.
Yeah, first time these guys have teamed up since probably January. So first time in a long time, Jut and Bastion going together. And don't worry, motherfuckers, Jut will get his picks in. We're gonna make sure he posts his picks early from now on, because
At least have him give them to someone and they can do it.
Technically he
you know what I mean? Like, I know that's kind of against the rules, but he's gotten hosed by this a couple times.
Yeah, he's kind of we have discussed, like, even most recent example, Extreme Rules, he has given us pretty much his picks. Like, he didn't give us the numbers, he didn't give us like exactly what bonuses that he was going with, but
yeah,
we've talked out, like, for that show completely the card, and he just didn't get the picks in. So it's not like he's just ignoring everything. It's just, I guess he's forgetting, which also is bad. Or he was busy. He explained to us he was sorry and all this kind of stuff. Same thing happened before.
Shit happens, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I am excited to see my dudes teaming up again for the first time in a long time. Taking on the Eloquent Enigmas, who Jonathan C.T. Martin is the brand new #1 contender, basically, for the top block title. And this is another one, kind of same deal. He's been getting some crap, just kind of like Wookiee has, honestly. And this is another one of those, I'm not going to lie, Jonathan C.T. Martin has not been on top of his game lately. I'm not going to lie at all. He has not. He has struggled a little bit as of late. But there were things set up story-wise, like earlier, that we planned on doing, and unfortunately, he hasn't got a lot of wins going up to this. I don't know if that makes any sense, but there was a plan to start a story here, and we're going through with that story, but Jonathan C.T. Martin is not on a big streak, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So this is very similar to Kill the League, where it is a story-driven type match that's going to take place, but it's going to be containing a person who is not very successful as of late. But successful overall in his career, I will say, C.T. Martin has been. But
is it not a death match because you didn't want the UVC boys to kill another tag team person at SummerSlam 2 years in a row?
No, that would be fun. If it was that bad blood between you guys and UVC, maybe it could have been. But no, this is just starting out. So
I like them back at SummerSlam. That's ooh.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah,
I got chills for that. They're coming back, and it's this. And last time at SummerSlam, they threw a man off a roof on a car.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yeah, so C.T. Martin basically, got his name out there. He attacked Bastion at the end of the Hell in a Cell match, and actually, even though Bastion won, he was the one being carted out on a stretcher and taken to the local medical facility because of the actions of C.T. Martin. So, so here's just, we'll see what happens the night before SummerSlam between these two teams.
That's true. It's TakeOver. It's not SummerSlam itself. It's TakeOver.
Yes,
still.
Night before, yeah.
Still. Yeah. Right. And then we got the main event, and this might take me a second to read. Okay, we got Ash and Cure 1.
Yep.
Ash is the world champ versus Tino, former world champ, and an unknown partner.
Another unknown, yes. Unfortunately, there's another unknown. Yeah.
If Ash and Cure 1, I almost want to read that as Curie. If Ash and Cure 1 win, Ash will defend his title against the person who does not take the fall. So if Tino's the one that gets pinned, the other guy gets the title shot at SummerSlam.
Or girl, yes. The other person.
Or, So we literally could have the #1 contender decided by whoever didn't lose, and it might be someone we don't know as of right now.
Yep.
Or if Ash and Cure 1 lose, Ash will defend the title against both of them.
Yeah, so it could turn to a triple threat at SummerSlam.
And if this was WCW, there'd be a way for Cure 1 to get involved in that.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, so some people, if they didn't read the write-up, they're probably like, what the fuck is Kier 1 doing in the main event? There was stuff that happened at the end of the Iron Man match where Kier 1 came out and actually acted as a ref at the very end. And there was a little tease, like, is he a part of, you know, the Legends of New School or is he not? Who knows? I guess we will see more details on this show, but for now, Ash is teaming with Kier 1, so we'll see where this goes. This is a big opportunity for Kier 1, who did get a win at the last show at Extreme Rules, by the way. This is a big opportunity. You got to make a name for yourself. This is your chance. Ash, the world champ, has wanted. He said, you know what? I want Kier 1 as my partner. I want this match. Ash came to me with this idea and what he wanted to do here. So we're going to go with it. And
it's interesting because, like I said, the chaos after Extreme Rules with the world title situation is like, well, who gets the shot?
Yeah.
It's almost too soon to move on, especially when the former world champ. You don't do the automatic rematches, but it's SummerSlam. We got to have somebody, and he's worthy, or is he? Let's see if he can fight his way in to keep it. And I'm not saying Tino isn't worthy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Tino's worthy. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
But it is a level of like storyline wise. It's like, all right, well, fight your way back in.
Yep.
Or at least don't lose your way back in. Like that's weird.
Yeah, if
like
he could take
storyline, whoever Tino picks. If Tino, here's a storyline. Tino picks someone, has that person lose, Tino gets in the match.
That would be interesting. But I will say, storyline wise, Tino does not know his partner. So this could be this brings in a lot of variables. You know, they're going to have to try to see. This brings
they don't. As long as one of those guys costs the other, he's in the match.
That makes a very interesting development. Yeah, there's no telling how this match is going to go, especially with a wild card unknown.
Fun. Oh my god.
Yep. So this should make for a very interesting main event. I will say that. And if it's a no contest, who fucking knows? Don't ask me. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
That's how Kier 1 gets in.
There it is. And then Kier 1 takes on Ash. No contest. Fatal 4. We'll do a fatal 4-way. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be the even worse scenario. So what are your thoughts, Woody? I know you have a match with unknown guys involving your SummerSlam match. What are your thoughts on this main event with another unknown guy or woman?
Well, both I really don't know how to pronounce his name. Kier 1,
yep.
Kier 1 and the unknown person. They're both unknown variables that could make or break that match. Because like we're fairly new to Kier 1, and the unknown dude, we don't even know who the fuck it is. So it
could be another new person.
Definitely.
I look at the card too. I'm like, who could it be? Oh fuck. Yeah.
It could be Scott.
There's no telling. Could be.
Well, I got a match. I got Finn.
Could be. Oh, well, maybe. Or maybe it could be Bomber. Hey, everybody.
Oh, fuck.
No, I'm just
He's putting himself in matches again.
I'm kidding.
Cards are subject to change.
That is true. Cards are subject to change. Who knows?
That's true.
Who knows? Tino might no-show, and then there's no telling what'll happen. Please, God, Tino, don't no-show.
Oh,
Please
God.
God.
That'd be something.
Please don't no-show, Tino.
Then it's Ash and Kier 1 against nobody.
Yep. So, anyway, that's that.
And then the next day is SummerSlam.
One of the biggest shows of the year, hopefully.
It is. It's a historic big one for us. We've got a couple kickoff ones and then the rest, because obviously there's going to be fallout from TakeOver into SummerSlam, and it's not all decided yet, obviously, as we just said, but there is a hardcore last man standing match. We've talked about this. It's Cam Popplestone versus the Lucha Warrior.
Oh, yep. So this will be the final draw in their little story, little side story that they've been doing.
Until they get another tie, and then you do another.
Oh my God! I swear, if they get a tie, if it it ends with both guys down. Dude, oh my God!
You put them in an Iron Man match. They can't tie.
Yeah, that's what I should have done. Oh.
Iron Man matches can't tie. That's what you gotta do.
But we already did one that was so soon, so
it's a hardcore last man standing Iron Man match. There you go.
Nice.
We talked about that one a bunch. But that should be fun. And then we got the Canadian title. Vitamin Yes defends against Beer Me Jesus, which I am excited for because I think that'll be fun.
That will be fun. So yeah, Beer Me Jesus, like I said earlier, not a whole lot of story coming to this, but this is Vitamin Yes actually defending his title now on SummerSlam, and it's going to be against Beer Me Jesus, who I gave him like a big list of the names, and he picked two that he would like to go against, either Beer Me Jesus. The other one was Spring Tigress, but there's too much like unknown going on with her in the Road Warrior title, so it's just safer to give it to Beer Me Jesus, the match that he picked. So, yeah, super interesting. We'll see what happens here.
I like the story there because he did beat me, and I mean I'm the Canadian guy, right? So it's go get that title now and claim it, and can hold on to it until I get a rematch with him. Maybe we have some fun with that. But no, I like that a lot. I like what Vitamin's been doing. I hate the fact that his character has been like, I've got nothing but this belt, because he's had some losses here and there. But I also look at it like that's good TV, is what I'm watching. I'm like, oh, this is awesome how he's got this thing he hates, but that's what is his claim to fame.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's going to go to Toronto and cheer him, but he hates them and they're going to boo him anyway, and who knows what the fuck.
Yep, gonna
boo
the Canadian champion in Canada.
Yeah, that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have a new team, the Platinum Saints. This is on the main card now. Yep. The Platinum Saints, 3J Platinum and Sax Blues, versus the Regulators, Luke Gray and Fart Bucket.
Yeah, the story here, for those who didn't read the write-up for Extreme Rules, basically 3J Platinum is not happy about the Regulators kind of mocking the Regulators, which I think we all know by now, the first ever tag team champions. And with 3J Platinum being the last Regulator, if you don't know what I'm talking about, there was a triple threat match where he won out of the other members of the Regulators to end their stable. So he's basically not liking this whole deal of them mocking, history, what he was a part of and all this stuff. So he's bringing in his big new buddy, Sax Blues, and they are going to take on the Regulators and put them in their place. Now, I threw out a stipulation out there to Luke Gray. Storyline-wise, to me, I figured let me know what you guys think of this. I don't think we're going to go with this, but again, let me know what you guys think of what we could have done here. I think with the way 3J Platinum is mad and the Regulators are a mockery of what his former stable and team was, that he would like to put an end to the Regulators. So my idea for the stipulation was, if the Platinum Saints win, the Regulators are no more. The Regulators are forced to disband. But if the Regulators win, they are the new number one contenders for the tag team titles. I don't think we're going that route. That was pitched in Luke turned it down, but what do you guys think of that idea?
I'll just say quick. I like the idea, but it's risky because it's your faction. But I mean, hey, I know about risk. Yeah.
It's basically, are you willing to take the risk for the reward, almost, kind of?
Yeah. But like for a quick reward, because he feels if they earn a win or two, probably more, they'll get a tag title shot anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the Regulators and the Regulators. All right, yeah, I can't hate that.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts, Woody?
I get it, and I like it. I like it to a degree, but I think I would have been on board with the idea more if it was the original team of the Regulators, like let's say 3J and Captain Charisma.
That's okay. I'll let you finish, then I'll tell you something. You can keep going.
Instead of whatever. What's his name? Lucha
Sax
Warrior.
Blues. Yeah, Sax Blues.
Yeah. Sax Blues. Well, I like the idea, but I just I don't know. I think I would have liked it more if it was Captain Charisma, like the original.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say. I had this match planned out for a long time. Almost immediately when the Regulators were formed, I honestly did. I was like, this has to be the Regulators versus the Regulators at some point. I know they're not a team. I know this is going on. And I had this plan being 3J Platinum and Captain Charisma taking on the Regulators. But things formed in that time frame where 3J Platinum discovered a tag team partner, a new partner that he wanted in Sax Blues. And I feel it would be wrong for me to say, no, you're not going to use your tag team partner that you have now, and you're going to use Captain Charisma. So things changed slightly where now it's only 3J having the issue here. But I 100%, just like you said, I had it planned out, and hopefully it was going to be 3J and Captain Charisma versus the Regulators. But it's a slight change. But I think there's still enough, traction on the tires here that it makes it a worthy match. So, yeah. But I really like what I had the same idea that you had. I really did.
Next up is, there's the Road Warrior title match.
Yeah.
We do not know the contender yet.
No, we do not.
It will be Tigress or Wookiee versus somebody.
Yep.
Probably someone with a nice win the night prior.
Yep.
Who knows? Maybe Orstella gets the title shot, or maybe Modstep finally gets something, or who knows?
And somebody we can rely on. Also, that's another factor you always got to take consideration. So
we did mention this before, but the Warden is facing Legit Boss 2K.
Yep.
That's another one of those like the Orton Cena kind of matches with like Woody and Red, where it's like, that's cool. I like seeing matches where it's like I like both of these. I like the history. It's just like that's a marquee matchup to me. So
and everything that just went down with Warden turning on the Solution and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, this is definitely this is the first time I think ever, besides a house show where we had the Solution face each other in a triple threat, that I think we're having a Solution member versus Solution member. Well, I guess I don't even know, is Warden still part of Solution? I guess that's question marks. We don't even know.
Well, and the fun thing with that,
well, obviously it's not, but.
Well, Woody, I'll let you go here in a second, but I like the comment of that Warden, one of the founding members who's either quit it or kicked everybody out or split off himself, is against Boss, who is the newest.
Yep. So, what are your thoughts seeing these two going at it here?
It's definitely interesting because I guess my character wouldn't know, like, Warden attacked Beerme, but we don't know what Warden's mindset is for the rest of the Solution. So, like, you would think that Woody, like the character Woody, would align with Boss, but like there's so much more to that will be touched on either at SummerSlam or after SummerSlam. So I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, see, that is the one, like kind of like we were touching on earlier. With what's been going on, I haven't seen a rift at all between Woody and Boss. Have you, Scott? I mean, I haven't noticed anything between them two. Yes, I guess there could be, who knows, maybe Warden turning, maybe destroyed everybody's, trust with each other. Maybe that's a thing. I guess we just haven't seen it yet since it's so fresh. But outside looking in, I would assume Woody and Boss would be cool with each other at the moment, at least, right?
Well, I like the idea that they're not, and it's been assumed that everything is fine, but it's just been a tenuous relationship that literally took one little thing to fracture, and oh fuck, it's all coming down. I like that. That's an interesting aspect, which literally could be what's happening with all that. So
I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, Woody and Boss, they were kind of just thrown together like that. I mean, they don't have the best track record when it comes to when it comes to each other, but like, cause like the match at SummerSlam, like the whole feud with Solution and what was their faction called?
Imperium. Imperium, yes.
Yeah. So like I like what Scott said about that. Like one little thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I think it's going to be one of those we'll have to wait and see what happens type deals.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget that Warden said Solution for life. So as far as he's concerned, maybe he's the only member of Solution now.
That's another way to look at it. Who knows? Maybe we just saw these two team up just not too long ago, and we saw what happened. It didn't. They won, but there was almost this almost like a non-respect type deal between Warden and Boss, because while I think he was in a coma before he never even saw the actual boss being introduced into the solution, because it happened at WrestleMania, and that's when he got taken out. He was, on the road and it got in a coma. So he just came back to seeing Boss. Maybe he thinks Boss was taking his spot. I don't know.
There's a lot to work with there, but what I do like is that it's not versus Beer Me. Because Warden and Beer Me, you got to build to that, like Lee and I do.
Yeah,
So
I think, yeah.
You got to get there. So this is a good,
Yes.
This is a tough test for both, which, again, it's a marquee matchup. I like it. So.
Yeah, I'll definitely say, no doubt about it. I think it would have been a major mistake putting Warden and Beer Me Jesus in a match right here on this show, the very next show, I think. So, or the 2 shows after, actually, because TakeOver.
Next up, we got the tag titles. Team No Chance defends against the Chaotic Maniacs, who I had mixed up before with what match had happened.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the fun part. Team No Chance is who Matt and I beat for the titles, and we retained over the Chaotic Maniacs. So
yeah, you beat both these teams here.
But I love the differences in these two teams. I love the idea of this match. You look at it, you're like, how the hell are they going to win against these guys? Mm-hmm. It just, the storyline wise, I'm like, I don't know. But I mean, they're called Team No Chance for a reason. So that's fun. That's a fun match for me.
Yeah, and there's this little crinkle in this match here. Not necessarily just, Chaotic Maniacs. They had a big win. They've had some momentum coming in, and they've earned this title shot. It's not just that. There are some stories there is some story that's brought into this that most might not see on the surface, and it's that the Chaotic Maniacs were kicked out of Kill the League, right? And Kill the League just had their shot, and they blew it. They lost. So now Chaotic Maniacs are going to try to make a statement here. Okay, they kicked us out. Guess what? We're going to come in and do what they couldn't do. So
it might be to their benefit, yeah.
Yeah, so there are some, not just some random tag team match. There are some, storylines, going on here. They're not super prevalent in, out in the open, but there is stuff going on here between these two teams. I guess usually we do. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. So, any other ideas on this match?
What do you got, anything?
No.
You're good?
We talked about it earlier.
Yeah. Because you're up next.
Yep.
What were you about to say, Bomber?
About what?
We usually go through something.
Oh, I was going to say, do a quick predictions on who we think would win real quick, but we can do that at the very end, just rapid fire straight through them.
Okay, yeah.
We'll just rapid fire through them, not like a long thing at all.
Yeah. With Redhead and Woody, stipulation to be determined by the match the night prior between unknown parties.
Yep.
Across the board. Again, marquee match. I like the idea now. Like Woody, you sold me on it. Okay, stipulation. I get it. So that's going to be interesting to see those two. Not the personal Woody, but I do pull for Red, even though we're enemies, lifelong at this point until I do the eventual heel turn, 2 years from now. I like working with Red. Red's fun, so I'm cheering for Red.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow, cheering for Red against you, Woody. Wow.
Me, Scott, the person, the character. Fuck Redhead.
There you
also,
go.
though, kind of a little bit of I already did.
Yeah, I was gonna say we know you did. Come on now.
That already happened. Yeah, no, but yeah, character wise, Woody, we've had our disagreements, but whatever.
Yeah. So, I guess my question to you, Woody, is there have been a lot of things going on with this build up and stuff. Have you liked the way it has turned out? Is coming into this match here?
Well, okay. Here's my thing. I love how it's being built, but it's also easy to perceive that this is kind of getting clouded behind the whole solution thing with Warden turning on Beer Me and everything. So I tried my hardest, my absolute hardest, to try to distance this feud from that. Mm-hmm. But hopefully, that's gonna show results at a SummerSlam.
Yeah, I mean, with that, your stuff with Red has been going on a little bit longer anyway, so it's not like with what Warden did, because he's been in a coma this whole time, there's not like anything could have prevented this. You've been wrapped up in this thing with Red, and you have been wrapped up in stuff with Jace, but obviously Jace is taking a different route. But you have had this stuff going on, and all of a sudden, because I remember you talking to me about how you want to like almost become unraveled and have like this stuff going on with you where you're almost like a loose cannon because of what's happening in the solution, and that makes total sense to me because you've been focused on Red and all this stuff that's going on, and while all that's going on top of that, Warden's fucking Beerme's leaving shows, Beerme's walking out, and you and Boss are losing the tag team titles, and then Warden's in a coma, and like it seems like all this stuff's happening at the same time against Woody. So even while he's facing Red, I feel like there's so many other distractions going on that it's going to be interesting to see how Woody, goes into this match, like and stay focused. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I think everything that's been going on in like the psyche of Woody and everything going around him, I think that's all going to come to a head at SummerSlam in one way or another.
Yeah,
that goes in line with well, go ahead.
Do what? I was going to say, I think Red is the perfect foil to bring that out.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that.
I like the idea that you're cracking, you're breaking, and then you look across the ring and you see someone that already has.
Yeah, and character-wise, Red's got to be like loving seeing Woody's like world crumble around him while she's finally getting this match going into SummerSlam. Like in the kayfabe world, this is like perfect scenario for Red.
Oh, I know because like Woody, you said you wanted to keep the storylines a bit distant, and yet seeing what's the potential there, I'd lean all the way. It's like, oh, this is the reason why. It's like, oh, I couldn't help. I was doing this. That's like Warden blaming the hero, me, not helping him. Like, you see the shit I was dealing with over here?
True.
It's that kind of thing.
Maybe, maybe afterwards. Yeah.
I like that it ended up happening that way. Like, it was independent, but maybe if it wasn't independent, you would have spent more time with the solution. Oh no! Like you could even go that way with it, and it's just fun. Like there's
either way, I think Woody's gonna be fucked after SummerSlam.
Oh yeah, Woody's fucked up.
Yeah.
yeah.
So no doubt. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where we go from there.
Depending what the stipulation is, if it's a Sawzall match or what. Well, do you have a stipulation in mind, Woody? Don't tell us what it is. But
I've been tossing out some, and to be honest, it'll probably be like one of those. Like kayfabe ones, but like have like a hardcore stipulation or deathmatch stipulation or something.
Okay. A Redhead has already messaged me, so Redhead does have an idea. Obviously, if their representative wins, so they have their stipulation ready to go.
So Redhead's got the person and the match type, and Woody's undecided on both.
Interesting.
Interesting.
I'm gonna message Mama right now. Because I have it.
Oh, here goes! It's happening! It's happening!
All right.
Live on air.
Well, while you do that, I'll mention the next match we got here. Bomber, it's your boy Bastion, champion, defending the Top Block title against Jonathan C.T. Martin.
Yeah.
We've kind of talked about that one a lot. I don't want to say we're going to skip it, but we have kind of talked about it a lot.
Oh, yes, we kind of have, yeah.
CT might not have had the big wins when it matters here and there. I know he and I had a bit of a mini feud for a bit, and I think we traded wins. So, like, it can be a tough opponent, definitely. But he was like where I was for a while, where it's just like you just don't have the wins that matter.
True.
So this is a huge opportunity, big opportunity, and it's all you need is the one. So
yeah, he's put his name out there. He was in a #1 contender match not long ago, possible getting a world title shot. Actually, he did get a world. He won the 4-way. He beat Jut. He beat Matt. No, Matt Zion didn't fucking show. Goddamn. Yeah, and he beat Cammy Cat, and basically he was in a world title match, and everybody was on board at that point, but all of a sudden people are not on board with him getting this top block. I guess it has to be because he has ran into a little bit of tough luck since that match, but he's still a prevalent character, and he's and he has history here. He's already beat Jut, and he's now going in to see if he can take out Bastion, and he jumped him on the last show. So, I mean, the statement has been made. We'll see if he can back it up. And things are pretty much only just getting started with what we've seen at the last show. So, this is still very fresh.
Now we have Bomber versus LJ. Finally.
Bomber versus LJ.
From a simple, honest mistake, legitimately, in the heat of the moment with a deadline, we have a major match at SummerSlam. It's kind of cool.
And it is cool, and I feel bad. Like, I don't want to go. We've already talked about this a lot, so I hate to, like, spend a whole lot more time on it, even though I think it is one of the top matches as far as, stories go. So I hate to, like, just, gloss over. Oh, we already talked about that. Oh, I just bit my tongue. We already talked about that. Move on. But we kind of already have. We've talked about this whole big history between Bomber and LJ being this innocent bystander who has, been the catalyst in everything that's went wrong for Bomber as of late, and he's actually lost his job as the booker, the owner. That he's been removed from from the board of directors, have kicked him out and have taken his power away. He tried to put himself in the Tournament of Death finals. Obviously that was not going to be the case because he already lost his power. It was just Bomber trying to keep being that normal Bomber, but he just doesn't have that power anymore. And I see Tommy Oliver in the chat. So LJ is going over, right? And in the story-wise, this is another one of the stories where there's no reason why LJ should not win. But I will tell you this, as I have always done in the JRPL, when I was champion, everybody's like, oh, well, he shouldn't be the champion. It beat me. I'm not ever going to lay down and lose. I'm going to always predict my best, and I definitely can lose. I just lost against Wookiee. So may the best man win. We'll see what happens after this. Could this be the end? Could this be, a continuation? We will find out. But I will say that I personally have liked the way this has gone on so far. So that's what I think. If you guys want to, I know we talked about it a lot. If you guys want anything else to say, go throw it in now. But
I'll just say briefly that I like that we've got like you and LJ, we've got Woody and Redhead, we've got even Warden and Boss is its own thing. That all seem like match one of a series. Like normally WrestleMania is where feuds come to close. Mm-hmm. SummerSlam, it's like, all right, we're really kicking this.
Yeah,
it is what it feels like. It's like this could happen again and again and again. So that's what I see with that.
Yeah, and then you just pointed that out. You say Bomber LJ, Woody Redhead, Warden legit Boss, Scott Lee. These are all super story driven matches, and these are all the non-title matches. On top of all this stuff, the non-title matches are almost not as story driven as some of the non-title matches, which is why we'll get into one of those in the main event of the show. But that's pretty interesting to me. That I think is pretty unique as well. These story matches are almost overshadowing some of the title matches on the card, which is, I think, a cool thing. But
I think so. I mean, I'm personally invested coming up shortly, but yeah, I agree with that definitely. Story goes a long way. I said that when you gave Red and I such a high position for our Hell in a Cell. I was like, holy fuck.
Oh no, yeah, that was.
Why are we way up here?
No, that was a fantastic feud. Yeah, no, that was well deserving. Yeah.
So story does go a long way, but sometimes you get a tournament final. You get a death match with Hawk and Jace Villain 13. And now, it's Tournament of Death final. It's for the Ultraviolent Championship. But it's also stablemate versus stablemate, and I really like that.
Yeah, very interesting here. I know, Woody, you've really taken a liking to Jace Villain and stuff. So I have a feeling if you had to lean towards who you would want to see win, would it be Jace Villain, or do you really not have a preference here?
I like both. I like both, but I want to see what Jace would like, what the Jace character would do with that belt. So I'd probably be leaning towards Jace.
Okay. What about you, Scott? Do you have a favorite? I know we'll pick predictions here in just a second, but without who you actually think, who would you like to see win in this match here? It don't have to be anybody, but you like Jace? Okay.
I like Hawk, but Jace, honestly, and this is going to be the silliest reason, but Jace Villain 13 called me out because I was calling myself the hero.
Yeah.
But it was that, and I'm like, I kind of want to see him.
Yeah.
Let's see if that can come through for him. I kind of want to see that because it'll be fun. But I like Hawk. Hawk has been killing it. So
yeah, well, not as of late. That's one of the interesting things.
But he does it when it matters. That was the Solution's key as tag champions.
That's true.
Whenever it's for the title, they win. They'll lose non-titles here and there, but it's for the titles. Fuck off. We got this.
Yep.
So let's see if Hawk can do that now.
I don't think Hawk has won a match since winning this title, and this is going to be his first title defense in a major way here. A high-profile match, third match from the top of SummerSlam. A lot of pressure here. 2 stablemates in the finals of an annual tournament. Super pressure. A lot of. This is a big deal for both of these guys, and these are 2 fairly new guys in the JRPL. So to see both of these new guys this high up on the card it says a lot, and that's sometimes what you get out of tournaments like this. So. Just looking at the card, when you have the world title, world title is usually going to be the highest title on the show, but the UV title is the number 2 title being defended on this night. So as far as, on the match positionings on the card, that is. So says a lot there. And both of these guys have deserved this. This is time for them to steal a spotlight. We'll see what they come up with. I hope they get creative in what they want to do with the write-up. I hope they just have fun with it, because this is TOD. Generally, there's some crazy stuff that goes on in the Tournament of Deaths over the years that we've had. So, the question is, at the end of the night, who is going to join Crofty, if you remember that person, and Bomber as the other 2 Tournament of Death winners? Who's going to be number 3? Is it going to be Hawk or Jace Villain? Me personally, I like both guys as well. I really do. I like the whole stable that they got going on. But I want to see Hawk defend because I want titles to be defended as often as possible. So I would like to see Hawk get the win here.
Well, it's got to be Hawk, because Hawk's got the one name.
There it is.
Crofty, Bomber, and Hawk. Jace Villain 13. That's too many words.
Get him out of it. That's it. That is right. The one word dream. One name dream, I should say. So yeah.
Speaking of one name champions. Oh, sorry. Woody, go ahead.
I was gonna say you gotta think like how extreme they'll actually go. Like, I think you mentioned this before, Bomber. Like they are stable mates. So like maybe do you think maybe they'll like hold back a little?
Oh, see, knowing these guys and their characters, I don't think they'll hold back at all. Hawk has been the character with. Oh, by the way, I shout out to these guys I don't know if Ash wrote the whole promo or if each guy wrote their own bit, but if you haven't, go read the promo at the very beginning of Extreme Rules. These guys did a fantastic job. If you haven't seen that, go read that promo. But Hawk basically highlights that, out of the group, he was the underdog of the group. He started out with the slowest, success. So now he is definitely out to prove himself. And Jace Villain is just his character, he's just not going to hold back. So it's very good dynamic there, I think, out of these 2. What do you think, Scott?
I agree. I don't think they're going to hold back either, because I think like there's going to be that classic case. I mean, we've seen it everything from like the old Brett Benoit matches to even the Rhodes and the Bucks recently, where it's that mentality of, we got respect, but fuck you, I want to win. And these guys are going to start that way and just go all out because, hey, you do it back to me. And then it would just turn into just the violence that you'd expect. Like the respect's going to go out the window in a way, but they're going to throw respect out the window after they throw each other through the window.
That's right. It is deathmatch. Well, what do you think?
Steal that for commentary. I like that line.
Yeah, Woody, what you brought the question up, but what do you think? Do you think they're going to hold back? Do you think they're going to go nuts?
I think any match of Jace that has a stipulation is gonna be crazy. So I think they're gonna go nuts.
Okay. Well, either way, I'm excited for it. It should be one of the more exciting matches on the show. I'll say that.
Next up, World Championship. Ash versus...
Yeah.
We talked about where that's going, so I don't know what else to say there. It's interesting for Ash because he won't know his contender until the day before.
That's true. Yeah, it could be a singles match, could be a triple threat. How triple threats are fucking hard to win. So
yeah, and I think the funny part is that makes 2 SummerSlams in a row, doesn't it?
As far as
John no-showed last year, so Boss had to face Woody because Money in the Bank.
Oh, you're right. Woody cashed in last year and main evented against Boss. Yeah,
that's world title shenanigans. The world title's cursed at SummerSlam.
I hope not. Yeah, geez. Hopefully everybody shows up for the love of God. But yes, Ash is either facing Tino or another random person we don't know, or he's facing both of those people. So either way, Ash has a lot riding. He has just as much riding on the night before at TakeOver as he does this match right here. because losing that match at TakeOver means this match gets you just multiply the I guess difficulty in winning. So 2 big nights for Ash. See, a lot of the rest of us, we don't have that pressure of 2 major impactful matches. So this guy, we're gonna see what kind of champion he's gonna be in his second run right here. I'm excited to see how it goes down.
Mm-hmm. And then that is not the main event. You've made Lee and I the main event.
Yeah, the Ash match is big. There is, he's had a fantastic story leading to where he is, but I think that it's just his story has been fantastic, but I think with the unknown factor and stuff like that, and we don't necessarily know what the main event is or what the world title match is going to be, I just think it was a little bump down of what we know we're going to get from you and Lee. So that's why I think you and Lee get the main event for this show. And plus it's in Canada, so that's also a cool factor.
It is. If Tino retained, there would have been more stability potentially and a stronger case for the world title in the main event.
I agree.
Again, who knows the contender, but if not for the title change, I think that made an easier decision. My thought there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, I love being in the main event with this because this is a hell of a story. It's literally a year because it was SummerSlam to SummerSlam.
Yep.
Which we didn't plan that because let's peel back that curtain. Lee wasn't planning to come back at all.
No.
Until suddenly October, November.
Yep.
Or something. And he's like, yeah, I'll do it later. And then we didn't even start interacting until Fastlane or something.
Mm-hmm.
It was the long plan. Which was the more fun way to do it. We literally had 3 storylines before our own. But when we had the thing at WrestleMania, I was originally pitching the idea of he hangs me and I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I come back after doing some kind of writer gimmick type thing, to mess with him. But then it was no, fuck it. He just hurt me. Now I'm going to keep going, and look where we're at. Yep. I never thought SummerSlam. I was probably Money in the Bank or Extreme Rule or something would be the match. But it was well, SummerSlam's a ways off, but maybe we can make that work.
Oh,
and we've encountered each other once, and that was Money in the Bank, which was kind of fun to tease that early, and literally have me avoiding him at all.
Yeah, and you guys didn't have much interaction yet in that actual match.
No.
So
no, he just tried to cost me the match.
Yeah, you had moments and stuff where stuff went down, but no big fights or anything, basically.
Yep. And the entire story has really just been him trying to fuck with me.
Yep.
And get in my head. Meanwhile, I won a title, for God's sake, and I've had big wins here and here and here. And that works because he wants to build me up as much as he can to tear me down.
Mm-hmm.
That's the story. That's what he's doing. And being in Canada, literally, not just Canada, but Toronto, that's home for me. So that's big. That's awesome. And I toyed with this, and I did put it in my video. I threw the challenge out there that I'm willing to put my career on the line in this match.
Whoa! So, Woody, what are your thoughts hearing that?
I don't know.
So here's why.
Mm-hmm.
Because, for one, I'm pretty confident I can beat him. let's just get that out of there.
Sure, I understand.
I'm pretty confident. But the idea that this is story. I mean, we're talking wrestling, but the idea is that if I give him everything he wants, he won't be able to capitalize. I want to take you out. Okay, fine. Pull the trigger. Go ahead. You won't be able to. Mm-hmm. It's calling the bluff. And the idea there with only the one match, because that's like I said about your match with LJ and stuff like that. It's multiple matches.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want, character-wise, I don't want more than one match with Lee. This is to fix things. This is to set him straight, to get it back on track and go from there. Personally, oh god, yeah, we could have a run of matches. Hell yeah. But the story is I'll do the one to fix it. If I can't beat him, I said this in my video thing, but if I can't beat him, then it's like Omega in New Japan. It's how can I stay here knowing that this guy beat me and I'm never going to fight him again? I can't do that. But if I do beat him, good. We'll move on from there and figure things out, and I'll go toward that world title shot. Absolutely, because that's another big show win for me. But yeah, no, I am willing to put that on the line. I don't even need anything back. I don't need his career. I don't need his mask. I don't need nothing, because that's what it'll take to win for the story. And that being Canada and hometown, and a year later where the match had him go away. If that's what happens here a year later in my hometown, I mean, that's a pretty good story. I think that makes it main event too. So.
And that's the one thing that I knew it earlier, but for some reason, I don't know why it just hit me that what a year Lee has had as far as last year at SummerSlam, we thought he died. He went flying off the edge. We thought the UVC killed him, insane spot, very memorable, all that kind of stuff.
That match literally had 3 bits of offense from Lee and I. There was a kick and some gravel thrown, and I think he spit at them.
Yeah. And then exactly a year later in the main event, what a crazy trip Lee has had from, SummerSlam 2018 to SummerSlam 2019. Obviously you have too, but he went from thinking he was dead all the way to coming back in the main event against the guy that was his partner when he went out. It's stuff that, it's just, it came off, and I know it will come off good when the show comes out, but I mean, it's come off fantastic. I think it's just good stuff.
I want to get your opinion on it too, Woody. But the last part of the idea with how I like the parallels is that he's been gone for a long time of this, stewing over it, hating that I've not tried to seek him out and all this other stuff character-wise. And he's come back and he's doing these new moves against Tigress and all this stuff. Meanwhile, I've been here the whole time, and ups and downs like you wouldn't believe, with championships and vicious beatdowns. And yet I'm literally now better than I've been because of what happened at SummerSlam starting it all.
Yeah. I mean, you won a tag team title without him, so.
Yeah. I'm as successful as I am now because of him being gone and what that did to me. And oh fuck. So, yeah.
Do you think that makes him mad?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But, no, I tell you what, ask Warden. Warden's doing very similar stuff right now. I'm not saying he's copying it, because he's not. But it's the same kind of this isn't what it should have been. I see the signs. I see what's happening. So, yeah. And yeah, like I said, I'm putting the career on the line. I've never missed a show. Do I miss All Out? Let's pull back this curtain. Do I do that? Maybe. It's wrestling. Who the fuck knows? I'm not telling you.
That's true.
So wrestling.
So yeah. What are your
maybe the masked Canadian shows up? So I'm not telling you, but I got to win. So there you go.
So what are your thoughts, Woody, on this this main event here? Your final thoughts on the main event?
Well, my thoughts is kind of like a question to Scott in a way. Do you think at the end of this, do you think that Lee will will see things from your eye? Do you think he'll come back to, I don't want to say come back to the light, but do you think you two could make amends after this?
Oh, you can say come back to the light, because I did in one of my promos. He's been over on the dark side. He's been weird. If you've watched his promos, he's talking about how I'm still Lee. I'm still Lee. How he's tapping one side of his head, and the writer told me things, tapping the other side of his head. He's not all there. This. That's the promos we're dealing with right now. Can he come back? Oh yeah, we can fix this. I just got to kill the writer out of him. That's all. Is that possible? That's a different story.
We will see.
We'll have to see. And I mean, we could have made this a death match and just went,
could have.
You want to go full circle, but no, that's not our characters. That's not fitting for this yet. It could easily go down, and you have no idea how much I wanted to make it an I quit match, because he said that I quit, but I said he did. Oh, that's that could have been good too. But no, just a straight up match. But no, I don't even feel obligated to make it more important by doing the career thing. I just feel that's the right move for this.
Sure, I understand that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just do a quick. We're not going to go into details. Just who we think is going to win each of these matches that we have. There's 2 kickoff show matches. We'll just include those because there's only 2 of them. So Scott, you just want to run through them, and we'll each give who we think's going to win.
So I'll list off the match. I'll say mine, and then you guys go to yours.
Okay.
If you want to go Bomber, you do one, then Woody, just so we kind of got the boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Cool.
Let's pick winners here.
Hardcore last man standing. Cam Popplestone versus Lucha Warrior. I think Cam's going to win it.
Okay. I'm going to go Lucha Warrior. I'm going Lucha Warrior. I think he's going to make a name for himself. I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to go Lucha. I think he's the wild card. He's going to do it.
2 for Lucha. All right, Cam, you're Owen Hart. You're Canadian. You got to pull this one out.
That's right.
Next up, Canadian Championship. Vitamin Yes versus Bear Me Jesus. Bear Me, get this title. We can have fun with it later.
That is true. I think a lot of people will probably jump in and say Beer Me. I am going to go with Vitamin Yes, though. Beer Me Jesus has lost his mojo almost as of late. And I know Vitamin Yes has not had any mojo at all either. He has been struggling mightily, but I'm somehow, something's telling me Vitamin Yes is going to get this win. He's going to keep that Canadian title and keep pissing off all the Canadians.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I think the rage that Beer Me Jesus is like holding in after what Warren did to him is going to propel him to this victory.
That could be interesting too. That'd be very interesting to see Beer Me Jesus as the Canadian champion. Like what in the world will you get from that? That could be fun.
I like it. We got Platinum Saints versus Regulators. I'm picking the Regulators.
Oh
what the
my
hell?
God, no way in hell the Regulator. I'm going the Platinum Saints. Yes, the Regulators totally beat me in Bastion, 100%. I can never take that back, and that'll always be a thing. And I give them all the credit in the world. They did it, but that was the luckiest win of either one of their careers, and it'll never. Well, Luke has done good at his own stuff, but with Fart Bucket as his partner, I don't see them ever winning another tag match, and I don't see them winning here. So I'm going Platinum Saints.
As much as I want to go the Regulators, I think.
Why?
He likes Fart Bucket. He was a mascot.
I know.
I think they could pull out an upset.
I mean, they did once. So
I think the logic, because as many matches as SummerSlam's going to have, I think that's going to fuck Fart Bucket.
That is a good point.
I'm going to go 3J.
I forgot about that. It usually does. Yeah. No, I think I already made a mistake on that pick. You're right. Next up, we got the Road Warrior Championship. It's going to be Tigress or Wookiee versus somebody. Yeah. I'm going to say that Tigress goes all the way.
Oh, are you? Okay. I personally would like to see that. I would like to see Tigress. If I was picking, I would like to see Tigress beat Wookiee, and I don't know as of yet. We will see. There are it might even be a triple threat. There's no, determining who's going to be in this match yet. But as a title person, I want to see the champion retain both matches. So I will say that Road Warrior champion retains.
Maybe Kier 1 gets a nice shot out of it based on his performance.
That could be possible. It could.
I don't know if Wookiee's gonna win it, but just for the sake of it, I'm just gonna say that I don't think that Tigress is gonna walk out of SummerSlam with the belt.
Ooh. Okay.
Did you notice he didn't even say she'll make it to SummerSlam?
That's true. She won't make it. So he's calling for a new champion, or at least a different champion.
One. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, at least one.
Okay.
All right. We got Warden versus Legit Boss. No lie, I would normally pick Legit Boss. I like Legit Boss, but Warden is I don't think I could ever pick against Warden. He's that consistent.
Statistically, yes.
I got to pick Warden. But normally anyone else I'd probably pick Boss. So.
Yeah, I'm going with Warden too. I know he has been skidding a little, not as bad as Beer Me had. Beer Me struggled a little bit, but Warden. I don't know if you can ever bet against Warden. You always got to put money on Warden, I feel.
He's like Lesnar. He really is.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough. I want to hear what Woody thinks here. Woody, who are you going with?
It's going to be weird because we're not going to be able to talk on picks.
And remember, Legit Boss just posted, and sorry to cut you off, but Legit Boss just posted in the chat, Scott, I'm undefeated. So there you go. It's got that going.
That's true.
All
That's
right.
true. Never been defeated. Never. Yes.
So okay, sorry, Woody, you can go now.
This is really tough, but just for the simple fact that she has a lot of momentum. I'm gonna go boss. She's coming in with a lot of momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
I did just beat Warden.
That's true. I mean, I can tell you. Yeah,
he's got a loss. Maybe that tide's finally turning. He might be super hippo sliding.
I think Boss wants to redeem herself from last year.
That's true. Last year she was losing the world title to you. So
that's true. Boss should definitely call herself the undefeated object.
There it is.
The immovable force, the undefeated object.
Yeah, I like it.
Now we got Team No Chance against the Chaotic Maniacs. I honestly can easily see the Maniacs take that, but Team No Chance has been a weird one to bet against. So I'm going to say the champs retain, but I kind of doubt my own pick.
You know what? I am in the exact same boat. Something in my gut is saying this is Chaotic Maniacs time. They've been here for a while. Yep. They're one of the more veteran teams. Team No Chance is probably the most veteran team we have right now. But Chaotic Maniacs has been a long time team as well, and they haven't got that title match. Haven't got that title win yet. So something's telling me that they could do it, but I don't know. I'm going with Team No Chance. I think they're going to string a good run here. I think they're going to get a good title reign out of this. So, yeah, I'm going with Team No Chance here.
Oh, this is really hard. I always bet against Team No Chance whenever we make predictions, and I always get it wrong. But I'm going to bet against them again. I'm going to go with the Chaotic Maniacs.
Okay. I like how you're like, but I'm going to go against them again. I like it.
I'm going to go. Yeah.
That's happened to me. I'm like, I always bet against them. This time I won't. And then I should have. So it's like, yeah, I got you. Next up, we got Redhead versus Woody. Sorry, Woody. I'm picking Red. Even though, honestly, you're a real hard one to bet against. I probably should pick you. But I'm thinking I picked Red for before, so Red will have the stipulation to benefit, so I'm going to pick Red.
Yeah, here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna go with Woody here. Redhead is always involved in a lot of story stuff, but doesn't always get these big wins. And I think this is a big match, a big opportunity here. And I think Woody's going to be the one. Woody's been proven time and time again, I think. And I'm going with Woody here. All right, Woody, what do you feel?
Well, I mean, to go with what you said, Red's kind of like, she goes into big matches, but she doesn't always win the big match. Sometimes she does. Sometimes
every once in a while.
But I think this is a case of where SummerSlam has a lot. I think it's going to be screwy. I think SummerSlam is going to be screwy. So I think it's going to be close. I think I'm gonna edge it out. Hopefully, I hope I don't jinx myself.
Yeah. Okay. You chose the right person. I think you chose the right person. The one I'm getting right anyway. Sorry, Red. I know he's gonna be mad. By the way, Red's coming over to watch SummerSlam, so that's gonna be fun. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I picked Woody. What do you gotta say? So.
And next up, we got Bastion against CT Martin for the Top Block title. I'm picking Bastion there, if only because I want to eventually face him and take that title off him. But I think he's going to take it.
Yeah, I think everybody knows by now Bastion's my boy. But I really do. I like CT Martin. He pitches in. He helps out a lot in the JRPL everywhere he can. I really do like him a lot. But I can't go against Bastion here. This is history. This is his history-making moment. He's going to be more nervous than probably every one of his other title matches, which he has been super nervous on. This is the match that puts him over Super Hippo, who, as far as title defenses goes, who everybody looks at as the #1 top lock champion there's ever been. So he's going to be super nervous here, and I'm going with him. I know he can do it. So we'll see. Shut up, hiatus troll. Sorry. There's somebody in the chat that has no idea what we're doing, and he's in here saying, I wouldn't go against Bastion either, and he spelled it wrong. So anyway, go for it, Woody.
Did Bastion win last year?
As far as what, SummerSlam? Yeah.
Yeah, they fucking did.
Yeah, they beat Lee and Scott. Or, yeah, that's where Lee died. But is that what you mean?
They beat us by like 100. It was a death match. We had there was like a 4-time squash. Yeah, they fucking beat us. Yeah, he won.
Yeah.
I remember that shit.
Something's telling me that Bastion's gonna choke. He's gonna. He has all this pressure in the world, and CT's just like he's gonna come in and pull that rug from under Bastion.
And see, I'm really afraid of that because CT is good. CT Martin is a good predictor, so that could definitely happen. But I have that thought. I know Bastion has that thought too in the back of his head, and I hope he doesn't get into his own head when he's making picks like I definitely have done in the past, like second guessing yourself, overthink stuff. But I see exactly what you're saying. Are you picking CT Martin?
I am.
Oh.
I think Bastion has the same problem as you, of where you second guess yourself and then you change at like the last minute.
I have that problem. I'm 100% admitting I have that problem. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, you are pretty bad for that, Bomber.
100%.
Speaking of Bomber versus LJ, I think he's gonna beat you.
Shit.
I think it's gonna be he's got a knack for that. It's like holy shit, he won again. I think he's gonna beat you.
No, LJ. If you go and look through his his 2019, he's been phenomenal. I'm just glad to be in a high profile story with him here. And I know he's going to be good, and he is going to be very hard to beat. But come the fuck on, I got this. This is Bomber winning all day, every day, baby, all day, every day. I just lost to Luke Gray and Fart Bucket and Wookie in my last couple matches, but don't worry, I got this one with LJ here.
As much I love LJ, I love LJ. But as much as I want to pick LJ, I can't bet against Bomber for this match.
That's it. And I don't have that much, you would think I have a lot of pressure, but there's no title on the line. I'm not feeling that pressure that say, all these other guys with title matches are going into this. So I feel I'm going to come into this feeling pretty good and, not feeling that pressure to second guess myself. So I think you're making the right pick, Woody.
Well, here's a weird thing about all that, Bomber.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rooting for you. Because I want to beat you.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah, but you're still going to lose. Tournament of Death. My prediction is someone from that faction wins.
Yes, 100% correct.
I think you're wrong.
I'm picking villain. I'm Jace villain.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about it earlier. I want Hawk to win, and I think he's going to get the upset. It'll really help his character out as well. So I think he has a lot more to gain from this match than Jace does. I'm not saying Jace doesn't have anything to gain, but as far as character-wise and stuff, Jace has a lot more to gain, I think, here. And I'm hoping and I'm predicting him to win.
Predicting Hawk to win?
Yeah, Hawk. Yes, Hawk. Mm-hmm.
I think that... Same with Bastion. I think Hawk has some pressure going into this. So that might be his advantage, actually. He might flourish under pressure.
Well, yeah, he hasn't really been tested yet. I agree.
So I'm gonna go Jace. Hawk doesn't have a lot of momentum heading into this.
That's true. That is a very good point. Hawk has been on a losing streak as of late. That is a very good point. Very good point.
Next up, we have Ash defending the world title against somebody. I'm thinking that he's going to retain because he is pretty solid, and the shenanigan who knows-ness of the contender. I mean, if it's Tino, he did just beat Tino. Mm-hmm. If it's the other partner, I don't even know who that is yet. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to say Ash retains it.
Tino is awesome. The other person, they may be awesome, they may not. I personally think they're a piece of shit, but we'll see. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. I'm kidding. No, I selfish reasons, I'm picking Ash because I just want to see it happen, and I think he's going to do it. This is his time. He's worked really hard to get to this point, story-wise, predicting-wise. You can't blow it at SummerSlam, man. You got to keep going. So I'm going with Ash as well.
You know what? It's Tino time. I'm gonna go Tino.
Wow, Oh, you're not only calling who it's gonna be, you're saying Tino is gonna win.
It's
Wow,
Tino time.
And folks, if that does happen, the first ever 3-time world champion. So that's another historic moment that could possibly take place at SummerSlam if he gets into that match. We didn't even really mention that or talk about that, but that's a possible reality. Our first ever 3-time world champion, or any champion ever. We have never had a 3-time champion, period, of any title. Only 2 times.
Yeah, we've had a couple people win 3 titles. Woody, you're one of them.
Yep.
Or like 2 and 1, like 3 overall, but no one's had more than 3 reigns of anything, let alone the same.
Yeah. And be the world championship, that'd be a big deal. But who knows? I mean, we'll see. I'm going with Ash, though. I think Ash is going to take it.
Ash is a smart choice, but something Santino.
Okay.
And then it's me versus Lee. I'm betting a lot on this one. I'm picking myself.
Yep. I am going with Scott as well. Only because we all know how much Lee hates the WWE pretty much, and how he's not the most in tune with what's happening, so that is going to factor in possibly. Either way, this is going to be a barn burner of the match, and I can't wait to see the outcome. But I'm also going Scott.
I'm gonna go Lee.
Really? I got to hear this. Why are you going with Lee? Just because Scott picked against you? Is that what's happening?
No, because I know I'm gonna beat Red. But oh, okay. So
sorry, keep going. I'll tell you what happened in the chat in just a second.
Okay, so like Lee, it's hard to bet against Lee after everything he did with the whole Midnight Rider thing, and he did a phenomenal run while he was the Midnight Rider. I'd argue even a better run than when he was just regularly.
I would agree. I would agree on that. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I just something saying Lee. Sorry, Scott, but something screaming out Lee. I think Lee's gonna reach out and bring out his inner Midnight Rider for the main event.
Wow. I will say this is what happened in chat. Lee is in chat right now. He says, "Fuck that! I'm going to win." He said that right after me and Scott both went. And then Orstella says, "I vote Lee." So that's another vote from Orstella there.
Oh.
And then Lee just said, "Woody is a brilliant man." So for picking him, I guess.
Your check is in the mail. It's Canadian, but it'll exchange it.
Yeah, it'll work out. So yeah. So I guess I guess just closing moments as we close the show here. What do you guys think about the SummerSlam? Are you excited for it? Is it is it not holding up to what you would hope it would be, or is it just somewhere in between? I guess. Scott, you want to go first?
I'm pretty fucking excited.
Mm-hmm.
Obvious reasons. I've never won a main event, so that'll be cool.
Is this your first ever one-on-one main event? I think it is, right?
No, I think I had like the first Ring of Honor show back in year 1.
Okay.
Which I lost. So I think it was Wookiee, actually.
Oh, hey.
It was an early match where I lost it. I had that one, and I think I was in a tag main event, and I had Money in the Bank main event, and that's it. I haven't had many main events. Oh, and the tag tournament, I think, were main event matches.
Yeah.
But singles main event matches, I think this is my second one.
Okay.
Quite literally, it's number 2. I am pumped for that. I look forward to the write-up to do for that, because, like I said, Lee and I have been talking about this for a long time. We have some fun stuff planned. We have some fun stuff planned for, leading up to SummerSlam, because, we do our promos. So
good.
We're going to have fun with that. But yeah, the challenge looking at the entire card, because, I do treat this like I do want to tell the story of a match. I always want to make sure that the opponent looks good, because I don't believe in talking someone down and saying they're shit, because when I lose to them, well, now what? Or
that's true.
If I talk someone up and beat them, hey, it's good. I lose to them later. Well, I didn't think they were nothing. So it's always important to do that. So it's a Heyman thing, but
no, that's
you want to make that good. You want to make them look good. That's my character. My character isn't going out there just calling people, useless and nothing. because I've got a 500 average, right? So I talk them up. I do the cool matches. I've reached out to pretty much everybody my opponents were, and we worked out cool stuff. I always try to figure out sequences with their finishers, with mine, with holds to do, working in their character, like Cross being flippy and Tigress being aggressive. There's always stuff. With Lee, I both have lots of ideas and no idea, which is kind of okay, what the fuck do we do? Because I look at this whole card and I'm like, how do we finish that? Because mine's been like, now it's time for the Scott match. Is kind of how I looked at it before, but that's the end this time. It's a different mentality, but I'm not going to change too much because it got me there.
That's true.
But,
there's a lot. There's a lot that leads up to that match. So there's going to be some big moments on this card. Just remember, you guys are going on last.
Oh, don't worry. We're in my hometown. It's going to be fine.
There you go. All right. I guess, Woody, what are your thoughts on the overall show? How is it stacking up for you?
I think it's one of the strongest shows we've had in a while, and I'm looking forward to it, especially the main event. Looking forward to everything. The main event's like icing on top of the cake. Okay,
that makes me feel good. I like that. Thank you.
Overall, and my thoughts overall, I like the way the card stacked up in the end. I had a little bit of doubts coming into the show. Like when a couple months out, like 3 or 4 months out, I was like trying to stack stuff and build stuff together. And I reached out and said, hey, does anybody got any ideas, any kind of stuff that you want to do leading into, SummerSlam? Not a whole lot of people reached out. There were some, those of you who know who you were, and those who don't, didn't. So a lot of I will say most of this was me constructing things, on my own, but, and I was a little overwhelmed at some of the stuff. Like, man, I really want this to work out, and some stuff like the regulators versus the regulators. That's something that I had planned out, but it didn't come to be. But I think we spun it around where it's not that bad. It's not as big as I thought it was going to be, but I still don't think it's a bad, match. Top to bottom, I will say this is just me being honest, I'm a little slightly disappointed in the overall show. I'm not saying it's going to be a bad show. I'm not saying it's going to be a bad show. There's a lot of really great moments building into this, but I will say, admittedly, I think some of the more title matches don't feel as impactful or as much weight as some of the other matches on the show. Like, for example, the Road Warrior title match. That's just a hard title to book a good match for. And I think that match is it could be a forgotten match on the card. So we'll see. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully whoever the opponents are or the competitors are will be good. But me personally, as good of a show as I think it'll be, something in me is a little unsatisfied, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but it doesn't feel.
Feeling it's the open-endedness of some stuff. You would have preferred to have the world title more stable, maybe, and things like that. Is my read on that?
That could be it. And I don't know. It's really something is not as making this show feel like one of the best ever shows. Now, like I said, there are some elements to this that are fantastic, and I couldn't have dreamed them being even better than they are. And that's just, I really love the way the Bomber LJ stuff came through. I really love, the Lee and the Scott, the whole Ash story, the Tournament of Death stuff's good. There's all kinds of stuff that really came into this match or the show that, excuse me, that are good, but something, I don't know exactly, I can't put my finger on it, but something feels a little off on this show. And I don't think it's going to be bad, like I said, but something just feels off. That's all. I just hope it delivers. Funny enough, I was thinking about this the other day. I liked Extreme Rules so much that I was after it was done and I posted, I thought, oh God, I just wrote, as well as everybody else. We just put on a show that's not going to be topped by SummerSlam. That is one of the things that, we were talking about with AEW they put on all these great shows. And right after Extreme Rules, my thought process was, oh fuck, we can't top that at SummerSlam.
Well, my mentality for each match is to find something different. Like I said, with Cross, it's his character. With JD, it was just this feud we wanted to have for a while. Bear Me, it's super competitive. Warden was an all-out brawl. something different with Lee. It's going to be emotional too. So there's always something different to go for and something different to reach for. And okay, that was awesome. How do I top it? And that's always got to be a goal. I know that's your goal too, but there is those moments you're like, how the fuck am I going to do that?
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun stuff.
Yeah, really after that show, I had that thought process of, man, that show was so good. How are we going to top that just next month at SummerSlam? And I felt, and then I would put the card together, and I mean, like I said, some of the matches are fantastic, but other ones just, they don't quite live up to the feeling I got after Extreme Rules. I hope it does, and I hope after we do this, I look back and go, oh my God, that was, easily show of the year, one of the best shows that stumped WrestleMania and all this kind of stuff. I hope that goes down, but as of going into this, something isn't feeling that way. So I will say that. But yeah, and I don't want to end on a bad note. I don't want to say that's a bad note. That's just, I'm just giving my honest, open, transparent, feelings on the card and on the show. So I know everybody's going to do a fantastic job. Everybody's going to, come up with some super creative stuff, and it's going to be fun. So I don't want anybody to feel bad with my opinions or anything or feelings. So
Bomber says SummerSlam sucks.
No,
support.
Exactly. Fuck these guys. They all suck.
Patreon dirt sheet.
There it is. New Patreon dirt sheet. Who's responsible for the downfall of SummerSlam?
You got to do your own dirt sheet about yourself.
Yep.
You should absolutely do that stupid type of a thing and include clips of yourself talking about yourself just to make fun of all those dumb dirt sheet videos.
Who the fuck booked this? This is what a fucking idiot. Which, don't worry, go check out the character chat. You'll get plenty of that from other people right now. So I don't even have to do that. There's plenty out there. You don't have to worry about that. But yes, I still think it's going to be a really good show, and it's going to live up to the big four. But yeah, that's my opinion or thought.
Woody, do you have any final thoughts about SummerSlam?
I think it'll be a fun show. I don't know if it'll top Extreme Rules, but we can damn well try.
Well, that's what you always want to try. Yeah, definitely. We have the objects in place to do it. I'll say that.
Sounds good to me. I guess we'll leave it at that. This is obviously. We do have the all-out show afterwards, and then we get into September and so on. So we'll get through SummerSlam first and go from there. But just to recap again, it is Jobber Radio. That is on Twitter, on Twitch, on Facebook, on iTunes, on YouTube. You can find all of the things there from that. Patreon as well, of course. And this is Scott, Bomber, and Woody. We are signing off. Guys, any last thing to say?
Anybody that stuck around, everybody in chat that is in the live Twitch chat, anybody that stuck around this whole time, you guys are awesome. Thank you. And, you guys are the ones that, obviously, this means just as much to you as it does us. So thank you very much. And I hope you guys have fun with the SummerSlam weekend. That's going to be my final comments.
Solution for life,
motherfucker. Yeah, I guess the stable crumbling around. I guess you can say that.
Yeah, for life until he kills you all.
And thanks, Orstella, for throwing in the bits right at the end, man. Thank you very much. And good luck this weekend. I don't know if you heard earlier when we were talking you up, but you got a lot to live up to here. So good luck on that, Orstella.
All right. Thanks again, everybody. We're done.